welcome to this special session. It's November 2nd. We are here today to interview the candidates that are running for the provisional seat on the school board. I'd like to call the meeting to order. It is now 3:40, and I'd like to ask everyone to please rise and say the flag salute with me, please. Put your right hand over your heart. Ready? Begin. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. Can I have a motion? Motion to approve the agenda.
So moved.
And if a second?
I'll second.
Okay, moved by Mr. Margot, seconded by Mrs. Wells to approval of the agenda. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Thank you. Approved 4-0 with a provisional 5-0. Okay, do we have anything for the agenda hearing period, Dr. Breggy?
No, there is no public comment.
Okay, I think before we get started, we have to go through the questions and get ready for the interview. And so you've submitted the questions, and as you can see, there's quite a long list, and we have to decide which questions we might want to ask. So we'll go down the list, and if you see duplicates or whatever, we can start going through them, okay? The first one, many individuals are unclear about the purpose and scope of the Board of Education. What do you believe is one such misguided notion? Mr. Margot, I noticed you asked a similar question at the end. Who do you believe the board is a trustee for or of? It's similar. Right. And so if you don't mind, maybe we should give that one to Dr. Stern. What do you think? Is that all right?
My pleasure.
Thank you very much. So that will be one question. That's one we're going to consider. What are the three top important qualities of an effective board member? How would you rate yourself on each of these qualities? Mrs. Marcus asked a similar question. Tell us about your strengths and attributes, and why should we appoint you to the school board? Which one ever? They're both very similar.
I think we should go with yours because it's a little more open-ended and it might encourage a little more.
Okay, so we're going to accept that one. Okay.
Which
The
one
next.
is that, Mrs. Marcus? I'm sorry.
Huh?
So strike the second one.
Striking the one with the three most important
Okay,
qualities.
strike that one. Got it.
Okay, next question. What has our district done well over the last 3 years? What has our district done poorly? Be specific. If you are appointed to the board, which one of these will you try to address first? I happen to be I think I like that question, but that's up to the rest of you.
That's fine. I have a similar question, so we can strike mine if you want. I didn't put a time frame on it, but
Okay, so we'll keep that. And the next one I asked, please describe in detail any challenges you felt as a leadership role. I think that there was another one in there.
Did we get rid of the other one? Sorry.
I don't know what the other one was.
Feel free to just when we.
Oh, the one that's like Mrs. Marcus's?
You have editing rights, so
Okay,
just feel
so
free to.
You want me to just delete it off the list?
Yes.
Okay, that was the,
I don't have that one up. Okay. We'll skip that one for now. Eli, tell me about your times as a high school student and some things you would have wanted to change about your school in those times.
I'm okay striking that one.
I don't think I would like that one.
Yeah, I'm not a fan either.
Okay, we're going to strike that one. You then decide, briefly explain an issue you believe affects students today. How would you try to solve it?
I like that one.
I like it. Do you like that one? No, I see you're sort of.
well, it's also similar, it kind of captures what you and I have also asked Rochelle about issues, issues to resolve. It's like, I think yours is not even here, I don't know what yours is, but mine is down under student achievement. About
Okay.
what issues you believe the district needs to address in academic programs and offerings. So they're similar questions. So I reserve the right, if we go with Eli's, to at least maybe have follow-ups to hit something that I'm looking for.
Okay, so we're not going to ask. That could be a follow-up then. I'm going to F
That's
follow-up. Okay. What do you
Sorry,
think
my
is the most effective way to solve a problem? I believe I've seen that question before. Somewhere along the line, I think we have that.
yeah, I think we do. I think it's
Let's hold that one in abeyance right now, and let's go on to the rest for just a second, if that's okay. What is your typical day like pre-COVID?
yeah. We could strike this question.
Strike this one,
Yeah.
okay. What do you hope to accomplish during your time on the board? Uh,
Are you doing that, Michael?
That's Mrs.
So-
Wells' question.
Sorry, I was just deleting it.
I said, go ahead and just delete it if you're on it.
That's what I tried to do.
Is it, okay.
So
Yeah, I
we're
think we
on-
only have suggesting privileges.
I guess so, yeah, I don't have full editing
So-
privileges.
Well, she
So-
says, what do you hope to accomplish during your time on the board? And then she has another question. Tell us about your experience serving on other boards and what lessons you will bring to this board. They're kind of connected. I think if,
Well, I didn't think of them as connected, but
well, but what do you accomplish during your time on the board? And then if you're, what experience, what lessons will you bring?
You-
Sort of, or you could have,
You can edit now.
Thank you.
huh? What did you say, Michael?
I was just saying that you can edit now.
No, it's
We
not
could
bad.
edit it. What do you hope to accomplish and what experiences serving on it would you bring to this board? Why don't we put those two together?
I,
How about that, Mary?
well, I thought they could be two separate, answers. One
Well-
is what lessons would you bring to the board, and
Thank
the
you.
other is what do you hope to accomplish in your time on the board?
Well, but I'm serving on boards and what do you hope to accomplish? They kind of, with
Okay.
time,
That's fine.
Yeah, you can combine them, actually, that's a good
yeah,
idea.
that's what I'm saying, combine them with, like, what do you hope to accomplish during your time on the board? And, or what do you, tell us
Tell-
about your experience serving and what you hope to accomplish
Accomplish.
during your time on the board,
Yeah, that's a good way to phrase it.
okay? So that will be Mary's question. We're gonna tie those two together. Did you get that, Michael?
No, so what's the first part?
Tell us about your serving,
I just add an and between the two.
well, we have to, tell us about
got
your
it.
experience serving on the board and
It's-
other boards
and
and
what
what has,
lessons you
and
would bring
what
to
you
the
hope to
board.
accomplish during your time on the board.
It was, and what lessons you would bring to the board, unless you want to strike that.
Okay, tell us what your experience in serving on other boards and what lessons you will bring to this board. What do you hope to accomplish during your time on the board? That would be one question. Dr. Stern, there's a question
Oh.
in there that you asked about a time in which you served on a board, and there was a strong division among the group concerning an issue. How was this resolved?
That's similar to the one that I wrote earlier.
Huh?
He said it's similar to the one that he had written,
Yeah, that's what I was gonna say.
okay? No preference for me.
Which one, Eli?
It's
Which
either the one
question?
above or the one.
I
or
think
Dr. Stern.
just the general most effective way to solve a problem is more general, especially since some may have not served on boards previously, and we have the question about them serving on boards.
Yeah, it was, how do you think, what is the most effective way to solve a problem? And describe a time in which you served on a board where the strong division.
You need to be specific, if we're gonna go with Eli's question, solve a problem or dispute among board members, among, among community members, I mean, there's different arenas, so.
I
don't
think
mind-
probably among board members
Among
is
board
the
members?
most relevant.
Okay, so let's do that then.
So how is that gonna be worded now?
It's coming
What do you
at
think is the
right now.
most effective way to solve a problem dispute among board members?
Yeah, are you
Okay.
taking that out, Michael? Sorry,
Okay,
go ahead.
okay, we're gonna keep that one for Eli then,
Okay,
among board members. Okay, and so we're gonna eliminate Dr. Stern's question about describe a time in which you served and whether there was a strong division. Is that-
Right.
Okay.
okay.
Hypothetically, as a board member, you've learned that the district is facing or could be facing in the near future a deficit budget. Describe what you would do to address the potential budget deficit. We can, you don't have to use that if you don't want. You could describe, we could use yours there. How does the district funding differ from ADA and how does that impact how we provide student services? I like that one. So
You
why don't
could-
we use that for the money one?
That's fine. If we have time, Rochelle, we can tag on your follow-up about if we were in a budget crisis, what would you do to address it?
Okay, that's good. Okay. So
Let's
we're
let
gonna
them
leave that one.
explain how we
That's-
budget and then address a problem. So we can keep yours in as a follow-up potentially.
I can put that, if it's okay with everybody, I'll put it at the end.
Fine.
For follow-ups,
Okay.
so we don't lose it.
Fine.
Okay, next question, one big issue we may be facing within the near future is a mandatory vaccination for all students. We know there are strong community opinions on both sides of the date. How will you address this challenge, especially in view of a Los Angeles County Department of Public Health or CD public health mandate? You want to get into that with them or not?
I do, and my question is very similar to yours, except I also tack on ethnic studies and curriculum development as far as mandates. So
Way to go there.
I do want to, what?
I said, way to go there.
Oh, thanks. I do want to do both if we can, about just
Yep.
addressing state mandates, and then we'll
Well, one
frame.
could be a follow-up then.
It's very comprehensive.
Yeah, but it's how to implement through state mandates, so,
Mhm.
yeah, that's fine, if you want to do a follow-up. And,
Okay.
and Michael, what you could say is, this question is a follow-up to question 6, this question is a follow, you know what I'm saying? So we can hit, if we have time, we can hit that follow-up right at the moment. I don't want to go, you know what I'm saying, we should hit that, if we're going to do state mandates, we should do state mandates.
I see what you're saying. So,
Right.
okay, what I could do is, let me put this other one back. So we don't lose it, is what you're saying.
Right.
So I could do this. Whoops.
And this question also, Mr. Marger, your next question is tying into health protocols about kids, but takes a different task, and I like that question.
Okay. I was
We
gonna,
should-
I was gonna strike it, but.
You wanna strike it?
Well, I just don't know if we have time. I mean, I
Well,
didn't,
all right, we can come back to that one if we need to, all right?
you could put that one as a follow-up as well then.
If we have it, yeah,
Okay.
okay. Okay,
Okay, which one is that? Sorry.
Starts many of our teachers, cite student attitudes,
Okay, and this is a follow-up to
to
which
the
one?
mandate, to mandate.
The
It
mandate.
is, because the issue is born out of the mandates.
Got it.
and the next 3 questions are all from you and I, Noah, and
Right.
they are really all dealing with academic achievement and rankings and so on, so.
Right, so we can kind of mold them all to one, if you want. I'm okay, I don't.
Well, we gotta have the same question for all of them, so we
No,
have to
I
know
know.
exactly what we're gonna ask them.
The ones that are highlighted, what are we doing with those?
I highlighted mine just for a reference while I'm reading right now. So I like I look at Mrs. Marcus's and then
Okay.
I know which one to find that's like hers. And-
Well, the
You
first,
can take mine out, because it's the same question.
well, I
No,
think
no,
the
have
first
no
and the
love
third
for-
are very similar.
I think they're all similar.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So that's why I'm okay however we want to
Let's go,
ask
and,
it.
and you could probably add into your question, district rankings have dropped and what programs, or something like that, because of the district needs to, so tie your 2 questions together, I think, there,
And
Noah.
then, okay. All right, let me see if I can
Can
do
you
that.
put them in a wording so they'll be the same for
Yeah,
everybody?
Give me a second. Let's take this part here. I think we can cut it at that.
Mm-hmm,
Does that work, guys?
yeah.
Okay, and we'll take these out.
What did you do with it, Noah?
Yeah.
Consolidated this too.
You consolidated
good.
your
Yeah.
2
Can-
questions? Okay, so
three.
they're together.
I don't
Drop
know.
mine, it's okay. I like the operations one. I really would like to hear their take on declining enrollment. I
Okay.
would like to keep that one.
That's fine.
I don't know, you want to keep the one on security?
If we have time,
Okay, if time permits, but we'd have, the problem is that
and you.
with some people, we may finish sooner than others, and we can't throw in extra questions at
No,
that.
once, whoever we tap out at, that's the last question.
Okay, yeah, okay. I think if you want to do facilities and construction departments thing.
Okay, I'm gonna take out my last question under operations, we don't need that.
Yeah,
I
please.
agree.
You want to leave the one with the armed security?
We could put it as a follow-up. for later if
Follow-up,
we
all
have-
right,
if
because
we have
I
time.
don't, that's, okay. Is that it for, I hope?
Yeah, and then,
Okay. I like your very last question, which we can throw at them at the very end. Do you plan to run for the seat in 2022? I think that's a good
it's
question.
what it does is it doesn't tie them into the decision, but it gets them on record.
Yeah.
So that way, if they do really,
Okay,
you kind of gauge what they're thinking.
what do you want to do about, well, the collective bargaining, we don't have to worry about right now, Noah, because we're not involved in collective
We
bargaining.
could take that question out.
Okay.
We have to cut, so we can
Okay,
take that whole thing
and
out.
I don't know what you want to do about social media. Do we have a problem with that right now? I don't think
How
we,
communicate concerns, because, well, we kind of have a governance manual that dictates how we really should do
Yeah,
that.
so-
So I don't think we need that question. I
okay,
think
that's
we
fine.
need to train a board member, but we don't think we need the
Well,
question.
okay, all right.
And
What do you
then-
want to do with the Facilities and Construction Department? Have you studied it? If so, what recommendation will you make? I don't think that, I think that's something that will come up, and that the board has to decide on that also, so, we can leave that one out, I think, if you want.
I think we could take it out. I think
Yeah.
it's,
I don't think we need to get into that right now.
yeah, I mean, that's almost our job.
Yeah, that's what I just said, it's our job.
It's
Okay.
gonna happen, so,
Okay, so what do we got left?
We've got 4 minutes, by the way, so.
well, that's okay.
All right, let's see how many.
How do I get my question that's green to be black? And I can take my highlighting. Oh, thanks. Do that, let me do that.
Are they gonna be aware of the time that's going?
Well, Dr. Brege's gonna sort of clue us in how much time is left.
Right.
So if there's like 3 questions left, he's gonna say, we have 10 minutes left, and there's 3 minutes, or, you know, you have 3 questions left, we have 10 minutes, so
Right, and
please.
also maybe the final 3 minutes also,
So-
because if someone's
yeah, so
preparing for both.
One thing that I've done that's helpful is just in the very beginning, I'll just say that, you know, we have, well, you know, X amount of questions. When we get, you know, with 10 minutes left, you know, I will just interrupt and just say, you know, so that they can answer quicker if they're,
We need to
Yeah.
go through and see who's gonna ask which questions now. That's another thing we didn't discuss, okay?
yeah.
We gotta do that
Can we
quickly.
look, yeah, can we look at the questions? It still,
Okay.
to me, looks like a lot of
Can you tell us the
questions.
questions, and we'll just pick the person, okay?
Yeah, so
we can
I
quickly-
think we can still.
We still have to cut down some,
Yeah,
Mrs. Marcus.
It looks like there's a lot. In the general,
2, 3, 4, 5, 6.
still a lot.
Yeah, we gotta cut like 5 questions out. Well, you didn't move follow-ups down, did you? Or you wrote follow-ups?
No, we didn't put the follow-ups in.
I thought you were just gonna do follow-ups.
Mr. Margot, is your second in the COVID-19 category also a follow-up? Or is that one being coupled with?
The second one says follow-up.
No, I meant your second one, so the third in the
Oh.
category.
Okay,
No.
1,
we
2,
can-
3, 4,
yeah,
5, 6. I see 7 questions,
I thought
8
Yes.
questions.
It was because I wanted to talk about the ethnic studies and curriculum development, so that part is a follow-up, so we can put follow-up in front of that one too.
I suggest the operations question, Mrs. Marcus, our enrollment slowly declined.
I can't hear you.
I suggest that the question under operations, our enrollment has slowly declined over the last decade or more. Explain why this is a problem. Maybe that could get merged into your declining enrollment or eliminated.
You don't wanna ask that question?
I'm suggesting it could be merged into the declining enrollment question.
Okay, where's the declining enrollment question?
Under operations.
Well, you could put open enrollment with armed security. Oh, no, that's a follow-up.
I think there's
Okay,
just,
well,
You can
you
say
know,
what impact does it have on operations?
I don't
if
think
you-
that will take a long time to answer.
So it's 1 question under COVID-19 with some follow-ups, 1 question under fiscal with a follow-up, and then 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. It's only 9 questions so far, guys.
Then that's okay.
If you wanna cut one more,
Well, are you using your very last question? Do you plan to run?
if we have time. I mean,
Okay,
it's
so,
a yes or no answer, so it's. if-
yeah,
if we
okay,
can-
well, we need to get started. That's why I wanna,
What if someone says, may I ask some questions, which I always think is fine.
do you have any concerns or questions you wanna ask us?
Yeah, just, I think as long as there's time remaining, absolutely.
Then we need to cut to, well, if
You-
they say,
But you have to ask every candidate the
Yes,
same
yes.
question, so you could do follow-ups to what they say,
Yes,
but we can't introduce a new question.
got it, yeah.
okay,
okay, can everyone put eyes on this just to make sure?
If you
Yeah.
guys, I
Can
just
you
was gonna
send
make a
it?
sug-
can you send it to us, Michael?
Wait, before we do that, I was gonna make a suggestion. Do you wanna cut the second question, tell us about your strengths and attributes and why we should appoint you to the board, because they filled that out in their applications,
Yeah,
and I don't know if we need to rehash that. I think there's more important stuff. We've already heard from them about what their strengths are and why they wanna be on the board. Right?
well, why should we appoint you to the board?
Well, but it's all in their
They
packet,
wouldn't
it's all in their
Yeah,
written
I know that,
applications.
yeah,
They
I
can
was
answer
thinking,
that.
yeah,
So I'm saying if time is an issue, that's the question I would cut right now. That will give you 8 questions and 3 follow-ups.
Okay, so we're gonna we cut one of the three top important qualities.
Okay, so when I just,
I'm just asking my colleagues, do we need to hear something again that's already in their written application?
The psychologist in me says I'd like to hear how they present those things
Okay.
personally, but
How,
I appreciate you wanting to.
okay, if you look at the document though, I have 13 questions.
what about question number 7? Since talking about experience serving on a board is one of the questions in the application as well.
Yeah, you're right.
It does expand upon it a little more, but most of them wrote a large paragraph about it,
Right.
but I'm not sure.
Well, I would like to know what they hope to accomplish during their time on the board.
Would we be able to cut down that question
Sure.
to what do you hope to
that
accomplish?
okay?
Sure.
Okay.
Because it's such a short period of time.
Are you able to keep up with this, Michael?
Yep,
Yeah, he's
but I
got it.
still have 13,
You don't see 13?
no, I do see 13 questions.
You see 13?
Yeah, and I'll print them out for everybody right now, but I just,
Yeah, but the future, we're not asking those last two, Michael. 12 and 13 we weren't gonna ask.
oh, okay.
Okay, those were gonna be, well, 12 was gonna be a final question right before they leave. You know, that's a yes or no question. So that's not a time thing, but the budget thing, that's a follow-up to when I ask my budget question. Okay?
Okay, so we have 12.
Okay.
Is that right? Is everybody okay with that?
No, I don't think it makes much difference who asks what question. I know you would like to ask your questions, but I don't think,
It's fine, I don't wanna micromanage that, so
Okay.
it's fine.
I mean, just, we need to
I-
appoint somebody to ask
Michelle's
those
fine.
questions.
It
So
doesn't
how do you
matter.
want me to do the names on here?
You're talking about with the name on the
No,
question?
leave the name because that's who wrote the question.
Okay.
And you'll, as president, you will go around twice. Everybody will ask one.
Well, I think we need to make sure that we are agreed, that we know that. Okay, when I get the list of questions, I'll put the name next to it, right now,
Right.
when I get my list.
But to make it easy, Rochelle, we should be starting with Eli anyway. He should go.
I'll ask the first question.
You wanna ask the first?
I'll ask the first question, just to, or Mandy can, I mean, it doesn't make, I don't
just
care
think
who
we'll go
it.
down the line, so you don't have to keep track of it, and we'll just zoom.
Yeah, but I would like to do that, so
Okay.
it doesn't matter.
If we go
You gonna get
starting
5
with Mrs.
copies?
Marcus, we could also go this way, and that would also line up, so I would ask question 5, which is the one about student issues.
It's fine.
I don't need this, I just need.
Here's that.
Okay, so I'm gonna start, Dr. Stern, you're gonna be first, okay? I'm gonna go right through the hearing, and I'll take the second question. All right, Dr. Stern, you'll take the first question. I'll take the second one. Eli, you're gonna take the third question. I'm putting your name there, because I don't care who else. And then I'm gonna go to, Mandy, you're gonna take the fourth question. And then, Noah, you're gonna get number 5. Mary, you're getting number 6. I'm gonna get number 7. And number 8 goes to Eli.
Mary, if you pass those down.
9 goes to Mandy. 10 goes to Noah. Mary gets the next one, the operations one. And I get the 12th question, Marcus. And then there's one more question that might ask at the very end. Oh, that's mine. Do you plan on running for the seat? That's a good question. Okay?
Did you say I have number 11?
Mary, you have number 11.
Thank you.
And number 10 again is,
Number 10 is Noah. Number 9 is Mandy.
I'm doing 5 and 10.
Okay, good. Okay, we're ready.
Okay, and if it's okay with everybody, so when the candidate gets seated, I'll just let them know just about, it's 30 minutes, the questions are there, to leave the questions. And then I'll be a timekeeper about 20 minutes through, just in case they need to speed up a little bit. Is that okay with everybody?
Wait a minute, I just got this, something's wrong here. I said, Eli, you're taking which question?
Currently, you have me on 3 and 8.
Huh?
3 and... You have me on 3 and 8 currently.
Okay, I don't have, I've got one is 2. I've got 2 questions for me at the beginning then.
Number one is
It was
me.
Mandy.
Number two.
No, I was gonna give Mandy the very first one, and then I'll step in after that, okay? Mandy, you're gonna take number 1, and then I'll step in after that, and then we'll go around, okay? Marcus, okay. Okay, ready.
Juggling. It's just like juggling. Taking a shot of water.
No, but what I'll do is, once we get it, once we get them seated, I'll try to send it
I'm
to you,
just gonna
okay?
wait till they go. Noah? Okay. All right, very well.
Okay.
Okay,
Ready for me to get Mr. Myers?
Please.
yeah.
Okay.
Mandy, you're going first. And then I'll take the second question, and then we're gonna start around the wheel. Eli, Mandy, Noah, Mari, so on, okay? And, I'm looking for the chart that I had to put the questions on. I don't think he gave us that.
Yeah, I think we did. I think we did.
Hot seat is
I
right
did.
in the
I
front
got
here.
mine done.
Michael, did you send that chart to keep track of the questions, even though we have more questions that I could make a count?
Hey, Robert.
I didn't, I just had time to do this, I can do that.
Yeah,
on
no, I
this
know.
one.
Can you run one off for me?
Really high.
Oh, I don't, you have a copy of
I
it?
didn't put the questions in yet, but I have this.
Thank you.
Okay, fine. That's
you know,
fine.
big
Yeah.
one
Well, this is part of the test, is to see if you can get in the chair without hurting yourself.
Oh, man, I think I have to weight it down. Okay.
They're gonna come by in a second, see if you wanna play Keno.
Okay.
All right, all comfortable?
Yes.
Excellent. Well, thank you for being here this evening. This is our Board of Education. We will be having our interviews, and we did put the questions in front of you just because sometimes through the mask it may lose a little bit when board members are asking you questions. We have 12 questions in 30 minutes, and about 20 minutes through, I'll just kind of interrupt and let you know that we have about 10 minutes left so we can get through all 12 questions.
Okay.
Great.
Well, good afternoon. I'm going to ask Dr. Stern to give you the first question, Mr. Myers, and
Thank-
she's gonna,
Thank you so much. It's a pleasure to meet you in person. Thanks for coming. Many individuals are unclear about the purpose and scope of the Board of Education. What is one such misguided notion?
That the Board of Education dictates what goes on in the schools. And I think the Board of Education does set priorities and sets agendas, but I don't think they have as much of a hands-on approach as some people may think.
thank you. Tell us about your strengths and attributes and why we should appoint you to the school board.
Strengths and attributes. I like to think I'm a problem solver. I also like to think that I am somebody who can bring people together. And those two things, I think, when you're faced with the problems that the school board is faced with, or coming up with solutions to problems that face the school board, especially in these times, we need people that can look at a problem and try to figure out solutions, and also work with one another to come to resolution. I think that's it.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Eli, our student board member.
Good to meet you in person. What has our district done well over the last 3 years? What has our district done poorly? Be specific. If you are appointed to the board, which one of these will you try to address first?
I think the district has done well with the pandemic and how they've implemented the safeguards that have been put in place to try to keep the students safe. Poorly, I don't know if this is poorly, but I think that there's a lot of people in the community that feel like their voices are not being heard for some reason. And I think that that's something that needs to be addressed in some way, shape, or form. I think if I was appointed to the board, that would be the issue that I would try to address initially. I feel like a lot of the community members, they feel like they're being lied to, maybe. I don't know how else to put it. I feel like they think that the school board is doing things, saying that they're doing them for the students and for their protection, but they're not sharing with the community why they're doing what they're doing. And I think that needs to be addressed, as quickly and easily as possible. I don't think that everyone is ever going to be happy, but I think a little bit more listening and a little bit more of trying to figure out what people need to hear from the board and from the administration for them to feel comfortable with the different things that are being put in place, different safeguards, testing requirements, all this stuff.
Okay, Dr. Stern, you want to ask the next question, please?
Please describe in detail any challenge you faced in a leadership role. How did you resolve the problem? Be as specific as possible.
I was this is not going to sound, I don't know how to explain this to people that have not been involved in the government. I was at a pretty high level in the Department of Labor in one specific administration aspect. I wasn't super high up, but I was in a leadership role when I was 28 years old, and I was probably the youngest person in that role by about 20 years. And so it was a challenge because I had a lot of people that were reporting to me that were a lot older. And how did I resolve the problem? Persistence. I learned as much as I could. I asked questions. I learned from both the people that reported to me and also the people that were my colleagues and my bosses.
Mr. Margot, I think you have the next question.
I do. Briefly explain an issue you believe affects students today. How would you try to solve it?
I think technology is an issue that affects students today. I feel like this is not 20 years ago, 30 years ago when we would go to school and we would learn from books and we would take tests and then we would kind of get grades and then move forward. Nowadays, I feel like technology plays a lot more of a role in how we should educate our kids and how they're being judged against other people. As far as how would I try to solve it, I would look to the studies. I would look to what other schools are doing, how we can use technology and also teach kids responsible uses of technology, teach them how they can best use the technology in a way that will propel them forward. Whereas before it was all about your intellect, your memory, your what you could retain, and now I think it's more about you can always go find an issue. You can always go find a solution. You can always go to the internet. You can find this, find that. So I think now we need to teach kids how to use that and how to leverage it and become productive members of society.
Thank you. Mary, Mrs. Wells?
Hi, Robert.
Hi.
Okay, what do you think is the most effective way to solve a problem or dispute among board members?
I think talking things out is really helpful. Before I would say, oh, there's a agree to disagree, and then we would have to vote and come to another way to solve a problem or dispute. I think now we need to listen to each other more, and we need to find common ground. We need to figure out where the other person is coming from. If there was a dispute, I would try to have the disputing factions hear each other out and see if what their core issue is or what their core problem is with the other side's view, and then see if we can, I don't want to say appease both sides, but we can come to some kind of resolution that way, as opposed to just, okay, I want this, you want that, let's vote and it be done. I think a little bit more dialogue would be helpful.
Thank you. What do you hope to accomplish during your time on the board?
Going back to my previous answer about the technology, and like I think that we're at an interesting time in education where I think we need to teach kids in a slightly different way. And I think that, and that goes to the priorities and the agenda and what we want to set them up for success in this time, in this era. We want to teach them to critically think. We want to teach them how to use their own brains, but still be able to like go out and find answers, be resourceful. And I think that's what's going to help them in the future, finding jobs, starting businesses. So what I would like to do is kind of help the district, and I know that the district is already moving in that direction, but I think at my time on the board, I would like to help propel that forward.
Thank you. Mr. Raymer?
How does the district funding differ from ADA, and how does that impact how we provide student services?
I have no
Maybe define ADA.
Yeah, ADA is average daily attendance, which
Okay.
is how most schools in the state gain their funding, which is by the amount of students who are in a seat each day. The state then provides a certain amount of funding, whereas we do not receive our funding from ADA, instead from our property taxes and such. Dr. Breggy, am I right with that?
Yep.
Fantastic.
Exactly.
I think that the district funding, then obviously we don't have as much of an incentive to get kids in their seats. We don't have as much of an incentive to try to pack the schools with as many kids as possible. That would give us the ability to have smaller class sizes and use the money more for each student. I still think that there is a little bit of a deficit, and I know that the PTA and different groups like raise money, and I also think that's really good. But I like that they don't do it through the ADA, because it seems like then their only incentive is to get as many kids in as possible, and as many kids per day, try to keep kids from missing school. They don't have the incentive to have sick kids go to school.
Okay, thank you. Dr. Stern?
One big issue we may be faced with, this is number 9, by the way, one big issue we may be faced with in the near future is mandatory vaccinations for all students. We know there are strong community opinions on both sides of the debate. How will you address this challenge, especially in view of a LACDPH or CDPH mandate?
think with this, we need to look to science. Obviously, we have certain things that we may have to do. But at the end of the day, the kid's health is the most important thing. We need to figure out in the least politically motivated fashion, what is the right thing to do with these kids. We need to communicate with the community in any way that we possibly can. I know that I was there with the protests. I saw there are people obviously with very strong opinions about this, and giving vaccines to very little kids, it makes me uncomfortable as well. At the same time, we have to put our trust in science. We have to put our trust in the FDA and all these different agencies that are going to say whether or not these vaccines are safe. And then we have to work with the community to try to come to some resolution.
Thank you very much. Mr. Margot?
Thank you. President Marcus, since we have time, do you mind if I follow up on that question?
Yes, go right ahead.
Okay, so many of, there are other state mandates that are coming down the line, including ethnic studies, critical race theory, and curriculum development. How would you deal with those? Would it be similar to the health mandates, or would you have a different approach? And do your beliefs become an impediment to implementing those policies?
I look at this position as it's an elected position, and I realize that this is a unique situation. At the same time, as an elected position, I feel like you need to go to the people who elect you, right? So we need to find out what the community feels in these specific situations. I'm not saying that. So my personal beliefs, I can set that aside if the community and the health organizations and different agencies are telling us this is what needs to be done. So it wouldn't change much. Again, my personal beliefs don't really play in, because I feel like as a board member, my job would be to find out what the community wants, find out the mandates, and then try to reconcile those two things.
Okay. Good. I'll ask my 10th question.
Okay, go ahead, Mr. Margot.
Thank you, Robert, for that. District rankings have dropped in recent years. What issues do you believe the district needs to address in its academic program and offerings? And what programs or policies would you advocate for to increase student achievement?
I mentioned this a little bit in my application. I think that teaching to tests and trying to figure out how to rank high is not something that we should be worried about. I think more if you get the student body involved, then things will kind of fall into place. So as far as programs and policies, what I advocate for, I would advocate for working with the students and find out what the students are interested in learning about. Find out how we can use their passion to help them both in life and in academics. If you force a kid to do something, they're not going to do it, especially high school kids. So if you work with them and say, what are you interested in learning about? If you find a large subset of the population, for example, is interested in robotics, then let's create a robotics class, create a robotics program, and then use that program, and obviously this is just an example, but to teach them math, to teach them science. There are ways, I think, in order to use the students' interests and passion to elevate the school and the district's rankings.
Thank you. Mrs. Wells?
Okay, question number 11. Our enrollment has slowly declined over the last decade or more. Explain why this is a problem and what measures you would propose to increase enrollment.
I think enrollment is probably down due to larger private school enrollment. In order to address that, I think that we would need to become enticing to parents who are sending their kids to private schools right now. And obviously the way to do that is to be better. and you know, statistically, of course, obviously, like if the student body here is going to better schools then or better colleges, then maybe the parents would prefer to send their kids to the public school instead of the private schools.
Okay, do you have any questions for us before we ask one last question? Anything you would like to ask our board?
I don't think so, not at this moment.
And does anybody have a follow-up question to anything that we asked? Anybody? Mr. Margot, Dr. Wells, Mrs. Wells?
Yeah, we did have the future plan question I'll ask. Do you plan on running for a seat in November of 2022?
I haven't really thought about it. If I am chosen for this, I think I would take the time that I have on the board and do as much as I can with it. And I anticipate that I will enjoy it. And then, yeah, I would run.
Okay. Well, thank you very, very much for your application. Thank you for coming in today. I really appreciate your support of our schools, and we thank you for taking the time to come today.
Thank you so
So-
much. Thank you for having me. It's nice to meet you all in person.
You too.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, Robert.
Thank you. Do I leave this here?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Free water, should you like it?
It's okay. But this is very not sturdy for the next person.
Oh.
Thank you, Robert.
Thank you. Good job navigating that share.
Okay, snack break there.
The timing worked out well, right?
Yeah. I got you.
Timing worked out well?
Yeah,
Beg pardon, I
he
can't-
actually had a few more minutes.
The timing.
The timing is pretty good. Yeah, I made one note for, when we want to do a follow-up question, maybe we could just refer back to that question in, Noah, and so that,
At the end?
yeah, and
Okay.
like when we have the time, and I'll say, and you can, and we have some time left, and just make a note that you'd like to go back to a certain question, you have a follow-up question to that, maybe refresh what that question was, Noah?
Okay.
I don't know, I was
That's
just
fine.
thinking, we had plenty of time this time, but in case
We
there
may
are,
not.
Yes, someone might be more.
that would be my only suggestion that I
No,
had.
what'd you say?
Mandy.
I'll take it.
Oh,
I can't say no.
there you go.
So the next candidate will be,
All is next in 10 minutes.
Mahal.
Are you guys ready for her right now? I can go get her.
Yeah, we'll be a little bit early, so,
It makes such a difference to see people in person.
Doesn't it? Totally agree.
what'd you say?
Makes a difference to see people in person.
Yes, absolutely, just so much better. I really got a good,
That's why, remember when we were doing interviews with Matt, we were like, one of the only groups that we did it in person with masks.
Yeah,
'cause it was
right.
better than doing it via Zoom.
I really, and also when we did the principals, the principal,
Same thing, yes, yes.
it was
It's always
just
better.
unbelievable.
Learned so much on Zoom.
You learn so much more about the person. Are you all comfortable with the questions that we're asking and everything? Everybody's okay with that? Good, okay.
I finished my first 4 early apps, so I have
Michael, are we meeting on Friday then again? This week we'll be meeting on Friday?
Yes.
Okay.
If that's okay.
Oh, no, of
Gotta
course
give me
it's
something to
okay.
look forward to.
I know that.
So those 2 submitted, and then McAllister
I like the fact that he's going for McAllister. McAllister's in my territory.
Thank you again for your letter.
You're well, did you see it? I don't imagine you
No, I
saw
did.
it.
I wasn't
I
there.
would be happy to read it to you someday, but
Okay.
your counselor, whoever the lady is, she has my permission to read it to you. I think she thought it was pretty stupendous.
I bet it was.
Well, you may not think so.
Oh, I'm sure I will.
Yeah. It gave me a great deal of honor that you asked me to, by the way.
Of course.
I was really pleased. Of course, it's been nice to get to know you. I mean, this has been a real treat,
Thank you.
as you know. I think you know the feelings are mutual.
Yeah. It's a.
I'll be joining you down there.
Yes, yes, you will. You'll be able to pass notes.
No texting.
Oh, of course. It's a weird, it's a weight off my shoulders that I've submitted them, but now it's a new pressure. Now I'm waiting for results. So
When do you get the results? Not for a while.
for University of San Francisco and McAllister, I'll know December 1st, and then
Oh,
for
good.
Oberlin and Hobart and
Were that
Williams,
early
December
admission? Do you
15th.
you ask for early?
Those were early admission, and Oberlin is early decision.
Well.
Did you ever look at Carl? Minnesota product. I'm a gopher. And there are a lot of them in that state. Along with mosquitoes, which is the state bird. State bird is- Uh-oh, I mean, I didn't- You know everybody that
Many individuals are unclear about the purpose and scope of the Board of Education. What is one such misguided notion?
I think one misguided notion about the role of a school board is that the school board should be there to handle every little detail of the running of the school district. That is really the purview of our superintendent and the administration. And that's why there is a hierarchy of dealing with issues and problems and dealing with the different stakeholders. The role of the school board is more of an overarching sort of looking at what is going on in the district, what is going on in the world, deciding where do we want our district to go, how do we want to change and grow to be the best that we can be, and then working with the superintendent and the administration to develop the methodologies of how we will implement that one goal or those multiple goals.
Thank you. Tell us about your strengths and attributes and why we should appoint you to the school board.
It's always hard to answer a question like that without sounding like you are bragging, but I will try.
Well, you're allowed to now. You're allowed
Thank
to.
you. Where do I begin? First of all, I just want to say how much I love the Beverly Hills School District. I myself went to Hawthorne, and it was one of the most fun days of my life when I walked my son into Hawthorne. And I walked down the halls and I saw the photograph of my graduating class, and I saw that bicentennial mural that we painted, and that was just such a delight. And I really appreciate how much Beverly Hills has given to our son specifically, but given to its students. There are just some, it's very impressive to me how Beverly Hills has different pathways that students may follow as they, walk their own path to success. Each student is an individual with his or her own interests and talents and challenges, and there are pathways for each and every one to success. And I just really think that that is a marvelous thing that I want to really support and keep the strength of this school going and of this school system going and growing.
Thank you.
Well, okay.
Did I cut you off?
I don't think that
I'm
was
sorry.
an answer to the
Did I
question,
cut you
but
off?
it's what I love.
I
Okay.
didn't cut you off, I hope.
No, it's fine.
Okay,
I'm
fine.
sorry.
Mr. Raymer, how about another question?
Sorry about that, didn't reset. So, next question. What has our district done well over the last 3 years? What has our district done poorly? Be specific. If you are appointed to the board, which one of these will you try to address first?
Interesting question. This has been a really very difficult time in the past few years. There have been a whole lot of changes going on in the school district. I think one of the things that I am able to do and that I would be able to bring to the board during these times of change is that I have the ability to look at issues from multiple perspectives and find the strengths and the ways things can be brought together. And so one of the big issues that we dealt with was reconfiguration. There were a lot of people who were pro-reconfiguration, a lot of people who were anti-reconfiguration. I have one child in our public school, and I have another child who is in private school. And so I could see really the benefits of having a middle school and all the opportunities that a middle school creates. And so, but I could also see the benefits of the smaller individual elementary, K through 8 elementary schools that we had here in Beverly Hills, and how that keeps children safer and more focused and supports them in a much more small, loving, community type way. So I'm the kind of person who's able to bring different perspectives to an issue and help sort of bring different people together. I could speak to these different positives and negatives and help people who are on different sides of a very emotional issue come together and see what the other person was seeing. I could communicate that between people and try to create consensus and agreement in that way. I think that has turned out to be a very positive change. However, since you did ask me what are the things that I don't think were done so well, I think that we could have taken some more time to make that change and take some time to really build out the Beverly Vista physical plant so that we would have really the optimal facilities for a top-notch middle school.
Thank you, thank you. Mr. Margot?
Are we switching it up? Because I was doing number 5.
That's the one that, yeah, number 5.
No, we're on
No,
number
we're on
4.
Oh, I'm sorry. So
okay.
sorry.
Dr. Stern.
Dr.
No problem. Please describe in detail any challenge you faced in a leadership role. How did you resolve the problem? Be as specific as possible.
When I was creating the trip to space camp in Huntsville, Alabama, it was the last year of Hawthorne having a middle school, and this was something our STEM teacher, Alexis Crane, really wanted to do. We didn't know if there would be another opportunity, and people were so excited about this. And as we started, as the children started signing up, we started getting comments from different parents saying, well, hey, that's not fair. How come, okay, Michal's the one who's organizing this trip, but how come she gets to be the chaperone and go on this trip? I want to go on it too. It sounds really neat. And we were getting all kinds of questions. May my high school student go on this trip? May my elementary school student go on this trip? And I ended up going, well, Alexis and I discussed it, and we ended up turning first to our principal, because even though it wasn't exactly a school trip, it was being supported by the school. We turned to the president of our PTA association to say, hey, would it be all right if we opened this up? So we went to the different stakeholders to ask, first of all, permission. Certainly, the PTA was subsidizing the trip, but that subsidy was limited to the appropriate middle school Hawthorne students. So we found a nice balance of a way to allow everybody who was excited and interested to have an opportunity to explore space, but within the constraints of what was appropriate and would not be abusive of a school.
Thank you. Thank you. I'm sorry that, and now we go on to Mr. Margot.
Briefly explain an issue you believe affects students today. How would you try to solve it?
I really think that one of the most important issues facing our children today is how do I say this? Is the fear of this pandemic. Their lives were completely disrupted. School was locked down. All of life was locked down. They were forced to stay at home, isolated from their friends. Our kids lost really over a year of their lives. They're back on campus, but they're still being psychologically isolated because of these masks. They can't see each other. They can't have a free communication. They're losing the unspoken part of the communication. For our really little ones, for the toddlers who are trying to learn how to read people's faces, we don't know whether they're going to be able to learn that or whether that's a finite period of time in brain development. So I really think that this isolation is a major problem. It means that we've lost opportunities to talk with each other, to discuss things that we perhaps differ upon, because we've been so locked down that we've lost the human connection. And that, I think, is what allowed the rancor, the political isolations where you either think my way or you don't. I think that by not interacting with other people and not hearing other perspectives, that allows the excessive demonization. I would love to see this fear be able to be released, that we can appreciate again each other and share again with each other. Every step that we're making forward, I applaud, and I am so happy. And for this, I want to now take a step and say, as a medical doctor, I have the ability to sift through the very confusing research, the one-size-fits-all mandates, and the extremely intense emotion to try to help the board develop the plans for going forward for our way out of this pandemic mess. And I will now here pat myself on the back. One thing I really am very good at is explaining complicated medical issues to non-medical people. And that would enable me to help with communication between the board and our community. What are the decisions? What were the things that the board was debating, and how and why did the board arrive at whatever decision we arrived to? Or, yes, we arrived to. I think that's really important right now because I think that the community is feeling isolated from you. During the years when we were all dealing with reconfiguration, there would be tremendous meetings in this room where people would come and talk, and there'd be, you remember the back and forth that would go on between the parents and the students and the board members. Whether or not you agreed with the final decision, people felt heard, and people felt a part of the process. And right now, people don't feel heard. People don't feel respected in the community. And I think that that is not true. I think that the board really does care and respect the community. But by being so separated, it's hard for the parents and the students to feel that. So I could help with certainly that aspect of communication.
Thank you so much. Okay, Mary, Mrs. Wells.
Hello.
What do you think is the most effective way to solve a problem or dispute among board members?
I do believe in talking things through. I believe it's very important to listen to each other and to remember that while two people may have different perspectives, everybody here on the board has the same ultimate goal. The same ultimate goal is creating a school district where our children can learn and grow and become capable, effective, good people. People, you know, the board members may not always agree on how to get there, but everybody has the same goal, and remembering that and talking with respect and with care and listening, I think that that is the best way to deal with disagreements and disputes.
Thank you. Thank you very much. My question for you is, what do you hope to accomplish during your time on the board? I think you sort of alluded to that a little bit ago, but what do you hope to accomplish with your time on the board?
I think there are probably two big things that I would hope to accomplish. One I definitely spoke to, which is helping with the process of all the COVID issues and interacting with the community on that, bringing people back together over this issue because there's so much fracture and so much fear. So that would be number one. Number two, I think, is helping to maintain, support, promote the wonderful education that this district provides, and provides for many different students of different types. There are all kinds of, there's from the prime pathway that starts at Horace Mann and goes all the way through Beverly Vista and the high school. The way the core curriculums at the middle school and high school level divide into different levels so that people with more interest or less interest or more ability or less ability can find their comfortable place as they continue learning in their way. I love the career technical education programs that provide really wonderful apprenticeship style learning in potential careers for people. I see what's going on in California and how there's once again a sense of the one-size-fits-all mandated education. I love that we here at Beverly Hills have the ability to give children more of an individualized education that resonates with each child, and I would really want to be part of maintaining that, protecting that.
Thank you.
Just a quick time check, because we have about 10 minutes left and about 5 questions.
Okay.
Oh my, I'm sorry.
Okay, Mr. Raymer, you have question number 8.
Yes. How does the district funding differ from ADA, and how does that impact how we provide student services? So for some clarification, ADA is average daily attendance, which most of the state gets their funding from based on how many students are in a seat each day or in attendance, whereas we get our funding from basic aid, which is based on our property taxes.
So actually, Mr. Raymer, if I had had the opportunity to ask questions, that would have been one of my most important questions. Because basic aid is based on, as you said, property taxes. It is a lump sum that we get no matter how many students we have. And so the question becomes, and it's a philosophical question. Which is a better choice? More students with less money per student, or fewer students with more money per student? I am not a member of the board, so I do not have access to the dollars. How much comes in, how much goes out. I don't think I have the knowledge base to say which of those two is better. That was actually going to be one of my questions to all of you.
Okay, thank you. Dr. Stern?
One big issue we may be faced with in the near future is mandatory vaccinations for all. For all students.
I agreed.
We know there are strong community opinions on both sides of the debate. How will you address this challenge, especially in view of a LACDPH or CDPH mandate?
Was it 3 weeks ago or 4 weeks ago that I did speak exactly to this issue to the board? Yes, Governor Newsom has stated that he intends to mandate. And this again is where I would say I do have the knowledge base to sift through what is the research upon which the FDA made its statement, its decisions. What is the research upon which the CDC made its statements and decisions? Is this research well done, strict research, or is this research maybe a little mushy? And how do we feel about that? I made it pretty clear that my position was that at this point, we really do not yet know what is the right thing. As a matter of fact, one of the members of the FDA committee, just last week when they were discussing the vaccination for 5 to 11-year-olds, one of the members of that committee specifically stated, well, we'll have to give it to a whole bunch of kids and wait and see what happens. I mean, he specifically stated that. I paraphrase, of course. So my personal position is that I think it's important for each family to make its own decision. How will the school district deal with the medicine of it versus the legality of things? I know that Dr. Breggy goes weekly to sit and discuss with the LA County Department of Public Health and is working very hard to keep our school district open because we are our own special school district. It's something that is a very delicate dance at the moment.
Thank you. Mr. Margot?
District rankings have dropped in recent years. What issues do you believe the district needs to address in its academic program and offerings? And what programs or policies would you advocate for to increase student achievement?
I am a very strong advocate of working hard, of learning from your mistakes. When you're going to make a mistake, make it big, make it loud, so your teacher can find it and help fix it and help you learn. I think that in California, there's been very much of a movement to soften the standards. And I think that we are hurting our children by doing that. I would not follow the math dictates of teaching to the lowest common denominator, but rather I believe in bringing everybody up rather than letting everyone slide down. I think that it is very important for us to make sure that we have the best teachers, that we have the best facilities, that we have the opportunity to give our students every chance to learn. I also think it might be worthwhile to not only measure ourselves against the CASP and the public schools within the state. It might really behoove us to look to the metrics that the California Association of Independent Schools and the National Association of Independent Schools use. As I said, I have one child in public, one child in private. I have the ability to see the strengths and the weaknesses of both systems. And I will tell you, and I tell lots of people, that my son's education is as good and in some ways better than my daughter's. But I think we need to keep our eyes on a higher standard rather than settling for a lower standard.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Mrs. Wells?
Our enrollment has slowly declined over the last decade or more. Explain why this is a problem and what measures you would propose to increase enrollment.
Well, this brings me back to Mr. Raymer's question, which would have been my question, which is, first of all, philosophically, what do we want? We have a lump sum of money. How do we want to divvy that up? Because we really do have that choice of, do we want fewer students with more money per student, or do we want more students with less money per student? I think that would be the first thing that as a board we must decide. And I'm sure it's something that all of you discuss quite often. As far as trying to get students, the sad truth is that in the greater Los Angeles metropolitan area, and maybe through all of California, I don't know, the belief is that for your children to get a good education, you need to send them to private school. My family proves that that is not true. We need to get better known. There needs to be a concerted effort. I'm a doctor. I'm not in marketing, but I have no doubt that we have lots of wonderful, talented people around to spread the word within our community of what an incredible school system we are. I have to say, and this may be superficial, but it's real, that the shabby physical plants are a problem. I know that that's being worked on slowly, but it is an issue because you can walk onto, say, the Harvard Westlake campus, or you could walk onto the Campbell Hall campus. There are lots of campuses that you can walk onto and get a sense of the excitement of the learning. There is incredible love of learning in our schools. But when you walk into Beverly Vista and the science lab has carpet on the floor and no running water, it raises questions in people's minds.
Thank you. Thank you. Just one last question. Do you plan on running for the seat in the November 2022? That's the last question. That's the easiest question, and yet it could be the most difficult.
You know, it is the most difficult. I'm not normally the kind of person who puts myself out to be in the front. I'm more of a behind the scenes kind of person, but there's so much going on right now that I really thought to myself, gosh, this is a chance for me to really try to make a difference about something I care about so deeply. Maybe yes, maybe yes. I can't say that definitely. I don't know. This has been a sort of a nerve-wracking yet very exciting thing for me to do. And I just want you to know that should I be invited to join the board, I will definitely do my utmost to make this a very valuable year and then hopefully continue on. You know, one nice thing, I think, about being retired now is that I have the time. As an obstetrician, your time is really not your own, right? A baby wants to be born. You've got to get up and go. But because I'm now retired, because my son needed help when he was a small boy and I had to take a step back and make the decision that there are lots of people in this town who can take a gentle pap smear, but I'm the only one who's his mother. But that means that I have the time to give to such an important role as being a member of the school board.
Thank you so much for.
Thank you for the
your-
opportunity.
Thank you for coming today. Thank you for the
Yes.
application.
Thank you. And the board is not deliberating this evening.
No.
So at the end of the interviews, the board will set a date on when the deliberations will take place.
Right.
Exciting. Shall I leave this here for the next person?
Yes, please.
Okay.
Thank
Thank
you.
you very much
Thank you
again.
so
I
much.
really
Thank you again.
appreciate the opportunity.
Well, it's nice to get to see you.
Nice to see you again.
Well, we sort of stayed almost on schedule so far because it's 10 minutes.
Are you running right now, or are we off?
No, I know, it makes it life easier. And Dr. Stern. Hello, hello.
Okay, Dr. Briggy?
Great. So thank you for being here this evening.
Thank you.
We have 12 or 13 questions, and we place them in front of you so that you can see them when board members are taking turns and asking questions. We have 30 minutes. At some point, I'll interrupt and let you know when we've got about 10 minutes left.
Okay.
Okay? Thanks.
All right.
Just to remind my colleagues, everybody use your microphones. Remember to turn on because KBEV needs to get the audio.
I assume
I
mine's
think
already
mine is on all the
Mine is
time,
on.
so I'm not concerned about that. Thank you very much for reminding me. Okay, we're going to start our questions tonight with Dr. Stern.
Hi, good evening.
Hi, good evening.
Many individuals are unclear about the purpose and scope of the Board of Education. What is one such misguided notion?
I think one misguided notion is that the board is supposed to tell the superintendent what to do on a daily basis, to tell the teachers. If a parent has a complaint, they're going to corner you in the supermarket and they're going to say, hey, you know, I have this problem, you need to solve it. So I think that might be one of them. And when people understand what the objective of board is, then I think they say, okay, you know what, I need to go through the teacher, the principal, you know, hopefully never make it to Dr. Breggy's office, but hopefully someone at the local level will be able to fix whatever issue they have.
Thank you very much. Okay. Tell us about your strengths and the attributes and why we should appoint you to the school board.
Wow, great question. So one of my strongest strengths is empathy. As you guys probably know, I'm a pediatrician, specifically a neonatologist, and what I do best is talking with people, talking with parents when they are at their most worry level that possibly they could be, and being able to take their stress level and to, let's say, bring it to, it's at a 10, to just bring it down a little bit, and I do that just by communication, listening to their story. And for me, why the school board should pick me is that I've looked into this board. I've looked to see, can I make time for it? And I can. Do I have what it takes to do it? When Mr. Margo was reviewing all the applicants, he was in his room and his wife thought that he was reading like a good novel. I can't remember everything, but I looked into this. I really did. And I really feel that I have the skills to just kind of jump in and be part of the board and be with you. Now, where would I sit? I don't know, but I feel like I can contribute. I really have a positive mindset, and whenever I'm around people, I think people like working with me. And I think that's what people want. Nobody wants to have someone who has a sour face on them when they come, you know, or well, at least when you have a mask on, you would see it. But I also think I have a track record of achievement. It's kind of hard when you fill out an application. You just don't know always how much do you put on there to brag about yourself. I don't know. Maybe for college essays, you have to put everything on there. I didn't put on there that for the past 2 years, I've been voted top doctor in Los Angeles for my field, which is a great honor. I'm a published scientist. I've had an NIH grant before. And now I'm a dad of 2 kids who love going to school every morning. In fact, if we're going to punish them, we're going to make them go on late. Not that we do that. But also, I think that the community is looking who the board is going to pick. Everyone's probably waiting for this to be uploaded. But I think that if you do pick a pediatrician to be part of the board, I think you'll get a positive response. Because I think really during this time, we need someone who understands COVID. And I'm not sure if you guys heard about the news today. I watched the CDC meeting, but now it's 5 to 11. They've given emergency use authorization. Yep, they gave it today. So now we have to figure out, but that's on another topic maybe I can get through. But also it's kind of like I'm the type of person that is a role model. And I think that's what the community wants, is someone who can be an upstanding person. I'll give you an example. When I go to the cafeteria, I feel uncomfortable if I get like a hamburger and French fries because some parent's going to see me eating that. I actually have to go to the salad bar spend 10 times as much amount of money, but so that they know that I'm eating something healthy. And so I think those are the things you want someone who, what I feel, have the characteristics which I'm explaining to you. And I hope you'd be willing to give me a chance to be a part of this board.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Mr. Raymer?
Yes. So what do you think our district has done well over the past 3 years? What has our district done poorly? Be specific. If you are appointed to the board, which one of these will you try to address first?
I think the school board did an excellent job about reconfiguring. I was a little hesitant at first when there was talking about reconfiguring because my kids were at one school and I was thinking, oh, are my kids going to have to be split up again? What's going to happen? But then I learned all the advantages is that now there can be a basketball team where the junior high students can actually play other junior highs, where before you didn't have as many. A band, instead of having like one violinist, well, maybe you have more now. So the music sounds even better. And now that I've seen it, I have a nephew who's in the system right now. He loves it. Okay, so it's one of those things that I was apprehensive at first, but when I thought about it, I talked to people, they explained to me this is only for the good, and I agree with them now.
Okay, thank you.
Sorry about the other questions, answers I didn't get to you, but I think President Marcus is trying to keep me on track.
No, I'm going to go to Mandy. Is that okay?
Mrs. Marcus, would he be able to finish the, he
Oh,
was,
yeah.
he just was taking a pause.
I'm sorry.
All right, so other things that I think they've done is just obviously renovating the schools, getting them up to date, technology-wise. I think Horseman, having all the new technology stuff was great. I got to see how it improved. Couple things that I think that our school board could have done differently is probably with the pandemic. I wish that there was more oversight with the learning, more accountability, to set up a more transparent process. I think as a parent, even when I was working with Dr. Breggy on the think tank, I didn't know what everything was going on. I would have liked to know is if your class is being quarantined, guess what? You can be at home, the video camera will be in the back, and the teachers will be presenting. I didn't know if that was going to happen. And so I wish that there's more of that information provided, because that's the big hot topic right now is COVID and how it's going to impact the students, the teachers, the parents. And I wish we had more information. Hopefully that answers your question.
Thank you.
Absolutely.
Okay, Dr. Stern.
Okay.
I'm just trying to follow along. I have,
Number 4 at this point.
okay.
Yes. Please describe in detail any challenge you faced in a leadership role. How did you resolve the problem? Be as specific as possible.
Being a physician, I'm always in a leadership role. I'm the captain of the ship. And the decisions that I make are life-changing, life-altering, and sometimes they mean life or death. And not all the time do people understand the pathophysiology or what I am thinking that's going through my head. And sometimes there will be different parts of the team questioning, what am I doing and why am I doing? And I've actually had to take time, even when I'm working with a critically ill patient, and I've had to explain to them why I'm doing something. And it really is that communication process and breaking things down so that they understand. Not everybody went to med school, not everyone went to law school. We have our areas of expertise. And it's really just breaking things down, staying calm, and not allowing people to feel like, okay, Dr. Reitman is getting upset now. Which on the other side is actually the opposite.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Okay, Mr. Margot.
Briefly explain an issue you believe affects students today. How would you try to solve it?
Well, it's kind of like what I put on my application. I really, really am concerned about the social and emotional well-being of our students, the teachers, and parents. When I submitted my application, it was a couple days before when the president, the American Academy of Pediatrics, put out a memo saying there's a national emergency for social emotional support needed for our students. I truly believe that we need that. And if we don't provide a strong, robust system now, it's going to cascade into negative effects. I think already we've been seeing this. I've discussed this with the site council for Hawthorne. We're talking about putting out another survey to talk about how is it transitioning back into school? Is there bullying going on? And to really offer programs just not for the students, but also for the teachers and parents. The teachers also need that foundation, how to deal with things. They've gone through their education. They understand a lot, but I think they still need services. And also for the parents, how to deal with it when you get a phone call saying, you know, I'll use my son's name, so not to use a little Johnny out there, but hey, you know, Viva's at the principal's office again. You know, he was acting up in class again. Can you come and get him? So I think having a support system, having an educational process that will deal with the social emotional learning can really help us out. Otherwise, we're going to have students that are not going to be learning where they should be. They're going to become depressed, or we're going to have another epidemic of obesity. They're not going to want to be exercising. And we're going to see more children in the emergency rooms for anxiety. About 4 weeks ago, there was he was in middle school. His mom didn't know if he was at a party and he ate something and he was having a hallucinogenic effect. They spoke to me. I recommend they go to the ER. What it turned out to be, he was having an anxiety attack. And this is a very common thing nowadays. Emergency rooms are not being filled up with, all right, you have COVID, but now it's for the students who are having anxiety. So I think that's something we're going to see, and I'm concerned about it for my own children, as well as everyone else.
Thank you. Mrs. Wells?
What do you think is the most effective way to solve a problem or dispute among board members?
Conversation. Actually, very polite conversation, trying to see where they're coming from and why they are posing the question. And then if you disagree with them, politely disagree with them and say, well, these are the reasons why I don't believe your recommendation is correct. And give data to support it. Like everything we do is like, you want to have the data. We're teaching our students to make decisions based off of facts. And so I'd say, well, please show me the data that you have, why you're in favor of this. I'll show you the data that I have, why I'm opposed to it. Maybe we're just not seeing the same thing. Can you help me understand something where I'm missing? Again, it's always through conversation. That's the most important thing. And the tone that you use it in. Nonverbal communication is so important that I think we forget.
Thank you.
Thank you. What do you hope to accomplish during your time on the board, should you be given the appointment?
If I am selected for the next 12 months, I really would hope that I can be an individual who can help the board when it comes to making these tough decisions. There are going to be some decisions when it comes to vaccines that we know are going to be mandated by the state. Governor Newsom has already stated that once there is approval and not emergency use approval, that between the ages of 12 and 15, all 7th through 12th graders are going to have it. Now, with the CDC making the recommendation today that 5 to 11-year-olds can have it, that it's going to be out there again where we're going to have to face it. And I think by offering insight, education, looking at the studies, presenting it to everybody, instead of just going on your iPhone or Android, whoever uses one, instead of just looking at the blurb, you're actually looking at the data that they presented. Honestly, today's meeting was so powerful. The data was amazing. And I encourage anyone who's listening who wants more information to look into it. So I hope that I can be that bridge. I can be that someone who can say, hey, you know, Dr. Reitman, I read this, but I don't understand this. Now, if you ask me about statistics, I may not remember everything, but I'll try to help out. But that's what I'm hoping to do for the next 12 months of this vacancy. And I think I can do that. I can also help mitigate the what's going to come from all the new variants that are going to happen. Dr. Bregan and I know, he knows me. He knew I came to the different schools. I put my time in. I went through all the different classrooms, or a majority of them. We looked at different directions, students coming in, students coming out. If I didn't believe I could make a positive effect for this board, or what I can contribute, I wouldn't be here. I take my own time out of my practice to be here. I'm carving out time because I want to be here. And if after 12 months, and if I'm still making an impact, who knows? Maybe I'll hang out with you guys longer. But I'm hoping that's what I can bringing my insight, my education, part of being a pediatrician, into helping us all get through this pandemic, because it's not going to go away. COVID is found in animals, not like polio, which we eradicated. Polio is not found in animals, but the fact that COVID is found in animals is going to continue to be here.
Thank you. Okay, Mr. Raymer.
How does the district funding differ from ADA, average daily attendance, and how does that impact how we provide student services?
Beverly Hills is basic aid, which is very useful and very nice for the students to have. It's not, did little Johnny come to class today so they can check off a list so then the finances can come through. But I think whether we were ADA or basic aid, I think our community is so strong, they really value education. Either way, they're going to show up. I think if a principal called and said, you know, Mrs. Reitman, Aviv didn't show up to class today, or whomever it is, the community enjoys education. They want it. They expect it for their child, that child will come to school. So I think that's why it impacts us. The community, not necessarily the ADA, but having the basic aid completely helps. It really does.
Thank you.
Dr. Stern.
One big issue we may be faced with in the near future, this is question number 9, that we may be faced with in the near future is mandatory vaccinations for all students. We know there are strong community opinions on both sides of the debate. How will you address this challenge, especially in view of a LACDPH or CDPH mandate?
It's kind of like what I was mentioning before. The EUA is out there. Governor Newsom has already said that once it is approved for the age, the next following semester it's going to be mandatory. And it's not just COVID. The governors in California have done this before with measles, mumps, rubella, diphtheria, tetanus, so they've done it before. So it's also having a discussion with the parents and talking to them, why it's going to be beneficial. Yes, there are very strong opinions about this. Every single board meeting that I've watched, the majority of them are talking about COVID and the public opinions. It's having that conversation again. And the mandate that primarily affects us right now for LADPH is the masks. That's pretty much has been mandated from the LADPH. In the beginning of the pandemic, it was not focused on as much. It was more focused on other things about cleanliness of the schools, signage. If you have 3 students in a classroom, we're going to have to close down your school, which by default would have meant closing down all of Beverly Hills School District. So I think there's going to be some things that are based off of the state is going to mandate it on our level where we're not going to have to make a decision upon. But who knows? Time will tell. As COVID numbers ebb and flow, we'll see.
Thank you. Mr. Margot.
District rankings have dropped in recent years. What issues do you believe the district needs to address in its academic program and offerings? And what programs or policies would you advocate for to increase student achievement?
In our most recent site council meeting at Hawthorne, we were looking at the numbers for math, for the CASP scores. I enjoyed seeing the positive numbers for the 3rd graders, 4th graders. I don't know what happened to the 5th graders, but the 5th grade CASP scores there's a huge difference. I didn't do the statistical analysis, but it was remarkably low. So I would like to see that we do improve our math scores. Now looking at the board's objectives, one of them is to increase the math by 10 to 15%. I think from 4th to 5th grade, we might be going down by 10 to 15%. I don't know why that is. And I think we need to ask people or ask different schools, what are they doing differently that their math scores are staying solid from 3rd, 4th, and 5th grade? Another thing that I would like to look at is the students who are actually doing well. I know we have wonderful programs for children that are in IEPs, but what about the children that are excelling? The ones who can actually go above and beyond their grade level. I don't believe in skipping grades because I believe there's a social emotional component. I would never want that. But if a child is doing schoolwork at a higher level, what can we offer them? I am concerned to hear that possibly the state may mandate it where our students may not be able to do higher level math. I enjoyed calculus, taking it as a senior. I hope that never gets taken away. But I know that there's been talk about it, and I hope Beverly Hills has an option to say no to it. We can allow our students continue to take whatever math classes, English classes, any class they want. And that will allow the students to stay here in the Beverly Hills school system. I think once you start taking away classes or options, people are going to leave. They're going to go somewhere else. If everything can be here, they're going to want to stay. Why? They don't have to travel far.
Thank you.
Just a quick time check. We've about a minute and a half. and
Okay,
2 questions.
Mrs. Wells has another question, and I think we're near the end.
Our enrollment has slowly declined over the last decade or more. Explain why this is a problem and what measures you would propose to increase enrollment.
As houses become more expensive, not everyone's going to be able to afford them. The people that are here are probably going to stay. Their children are going to move on, and they're not going to be able to afford the houses. So we're not going to have as many students being enrolled. We're probably not going to have the funds that are going to come in. The students are going to find other places where they want to be to go to school where they can have all and everything that they want. If you have 5 students playing basketball, well, you really can't play basketball with 5 students without having to take a break. You can, but sometimes it's nice to have that 6-man or 6-person on the team that can come in and give them a break. But if the school down the street or up down the mountain, there's 12 players, people are going to want to go there. But it is nice, I'll tell you, that when my kids go outside, there's a bunch of other of their friends on the street. There's my next door neighbor, one's at my house all the time. The other one a couple houses down. He's over at my house. I guess we have the fun house on the block. Let's just say that. People are more at our house than my kids are at other people's, but that's by choice. My wife and I like to be the fun house.
Thank you very, very much. And so the final question, which I think you alluded to a little bit before, is do you plan on running for a seat in the November 2022 election?
If I enjoy what's going on here, and the board members enjoy what I can contribute to the board, then yes, I will run again. Which might be even more nerve-wracking than this interview is today. Because now it's just not having you all decide, but there's going to be thousands of people who are going to say, do we really want Dr. Reitman? I remember that one thing he said, that's it. Okay? I'm putting myself in front of the public eye. I have to abide by the rules and regulations of the American Academy of Pediatrics, the California State Board for Medical Ethics, okay? And on top of it, I need to maintain my integrity. And so by doing this position, there's a lot of pressure on me, but I want to do it. That's why I research so hard. Even my residents yesterday, they were saying, do you want us to prepare you? Do you want us to prep you? And I said, okay, ask me some questions. I really would like to be among you. But whomever you pick, I know it's going to be the right person for the job. Whether I get it or not, you'll see me in the community.
Thank you so much. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Thank you for your interest. We really appreciate it.
Thank you. Can I take the water?
Yes, you may.
Okay.
Of course.
All right.
Of course.
I'll leave the questions. Same, everyone.
And Dr. Reitman, just so that you're aware, so after the interviews, the board will come up with a date for deliberations because that is not going
Amy Stern, nice to meet you.
Thank you.
Noah, this is the half face that goes with the name.
Nice to meet you.
Mary.
Hi.
And I'm Rochelle Marcus.
Hi, nice to see you.
Nice to see you.
Thank you. Hi, Dr.
And of
Breggy.
course, we know each other.
Yes,
so,
sir.
Nice to see you, and we have some questions for you. The Board of Education actually does.
Thank you.
In a 30-minute time period, and so sometimes with the mask, sometimes the sentences get a little lost, so we printed out the questions so that you can kind of follow along with us.
Thank
and
you.
at any time, if we're running close to time, 10 minutes or so before the end, I will just interrupt and just let you know kind of where we're at.
Thank you so much.
Great.
Well, we're going to start the questioning, Judy, with Dr. Stern.
Okay, good evening. Many individuals are unclear about the purpose and scope of the Board of Education. What is one such misguided notion?
I would say that one misguided notion is that the Board of Education is meant for the tiny little things that might happen in a classroom that to a parent is super important. That's, the experience that their child had that morning that is going to last with them for some time. And I think that maybe they're misguided to think, hey, I can call Dr. Stern and let her know what happened, in this moment in time. And Dr. Stern can do something about it, and that's probably not the case.
Right.
If it's a bigger issue, I'm sure Dr. Stern would want to be aware of a pattern. But I would think that parent should know the proper channels of step by step. First you talk to your child, then the teacher, and so on.
Thank you.
Thank you. Tell us about your strengths and attributes and why we should appoint you to the school board.
Okay, sure. So I am a Beverly Hills kid. I loved growing up here. I was involved at a time where my memory, brings back great moments in time. I was student council president at Horace Mann, student body president at Beverly Hills High School, and then I went on for undergrad, law school. And I think that my attributes are mostly that I love this district, and that's why I'm here. I chose to bring my kids to have what I had, and I'm really pleased that they have that opportunity. And then in the meantime, I've been practicing business and real estate transactional, not litigation law, for over 15 years. I do deals. And what that means is that it doesn't matter if I'm representing the landlord or the tenant or the buyer or the seller, or one partner or the other or the entire corporation. I am trying to listen to what needs to be done, understand what are the points of disagreement, and help everyone cross that finish line with clarity, collaboration, and understanding.
Thank you. Thank you. Mr. Raymer.
Yes. What has our district done well over the last 3 years? What has our district done poorly? Be specific. If you are appointed to the board, which one of these will you try to address first?
Okay. To me, at least, one of the things that our district is doing a really great job of is communication. I'm getting those emails, and sometimes I can review them in that moment. Other times I save them for that 9:30, 9:45 p.m. moment that I can sit down, or even the next day, and I find that they are clear, they are concise, they are instructive, and I know who I can follow up with when I don't understand or if I have a particular question about it. And I really appreciate that, especially in this moment in time that we've got so much uncertainty and so much fluidity every day, I would say. So thank you for the communications and the clarity. What has our district done poorly? To me, I think that we need a little bit more sense of unity. That's the one thing that I would
try to work on. I can't tell you exactly why that is, but I do speak with a lot of parents who feel that one group is valued over another, or their experience is not something that can be understood by people who are not exactly living or having lived the last couple years that we all have as parents. I say I'm a working mom, all moms are working, all the time. But as families that have endured so much with children, young and old, that are hopefully coming out of this, and now we're dealing with all of that. And I think that there's been, probably understandably so, some factions. And to me, I think if I were to be appointed, the number one thing that I would attempt to do is to work with all of you to understand where you're coming from, your mindset, and to collaborate. And so when we make decisions, I would aspire to have a consensus on a lot of things. I really hope that we would be able to do that so that our community sees that we are all a united board.
Thank you. Dr. Stern?
Number 4?
Number 4.
Please describe in detail any challenge you faced in a leadership role. How did you resolve the problem? Be as specific as possible.
I'll tell you exactly what I went through today. I'm working on a really huge project that's going to be a 50,000 square foot museum, half, and a vintage car show venue, other half. And I think that this deal has had such an evolution. It was going to be a combined one user property. Then we had to bifurcate the deal, and then we had to change so many things around for a variety of reasons, especially because there are personal guarantees involved here. And even my client, which is the landlord, consists of 2 gentlemen who are so spectacular, but they both have such different approaches. One is super hands-on, wants to know every single detail, and the other is the exact opposite. He's kumbaya. His feeling is that the 75-page agreement is going to get signed, hands are going to get shaken, and that document is going to go in a drawer and never come up again, and how do I get past that? I seek first to understand, then to be understood. I was an in-house attorney for Panda Express for about 5 years, which was an enormous experience. And to me, it was run very much like Beverly Hills, a super international company that really was operated like a mom and pop. My office was 5 doors down from a billionaire for 5 years in my late 20s, and that was a really spectacular experience. And we were a 7 Habits of Highly Effective People company. And so that is indoctrinated in me, and one of the habits is to seek first to understand, then to be understood. So I get on the phone and I call the 2 tenants to help myself understand why do they need this lease to be bifurcated, and what is that going to mean for the document when it's prepared as one, and why is his wife concerned now? How do I assuage her concerns? They're valuable, they're important. She's going to be left maybe one day with an empty bag. And I figure that out, and then I call my clients with their 2 different approaches, and I explain to them, hey guys, these guys are committed, but let's resolve A, B, C, and D, and we get through it. And I'm known to be a closer, and I'm known for my open issues list. So what I do is I review the documentation, we send a couple of drafts back and forth, and at the end of the day, I prepare an open issues list, and I schedule a call, and we hash it out, and we make a deal.
Oh, wow. Okay.
You've had a busy day.
Mr. Margot.
And Mr. Margot, one of my little ones' classes got canceled for the next 10 days, so yes. Yeah.
Briefly explain an issue you believe affects students today and how would you try to solve it?
Mr. Raymer, thank you for your question. To me, I feel that empathy is a really big issue. I see it in myself lacking sometimes, and I see it in my kids lacking sometimes, and I see it in other people lacking sometimes. And I don't know if it's, one of the unintended consequences of COVID and people just not being in person and not hugging and touching and having to see one another eye to eye. And then our kids are on these screens and they see these things and they think that they can say things to one another, which maybe they wouldn't in person. And I think that empathy is a real problem. And I personally believe that the two responses to empathy are A, gratitude. I think it's the most important thing in life. But also as, the underlying tenet of empathy. And number two is exposure, because if we just live in this bubble of ours and we think that our problems are the worst or the biggest, how can we understand where someone else is coming from?
Thank you. Mrs. Wells?
What do you think is the most effective way to solve a problem or dispute among board members?
Probably a little bit of everything I've said in the last few minutes. I'd like to start by saying this. I don't think that disagreeing is a bad thing. And I think that we live in a moment in time where we have very little patience or wherewithal to actually appreciate disagreement. We're all on such overload that if someone disagrees with us, then that just means that they're getting in our way. And for me, disagreeing with someone is not, or if the board disagrees, it doesn't mean that the board is divided. Or if one person disagrees, it doesn't mean that they're divisive. And I actually welcome disagreement because I think that the ecosystem needs a diversity of perspective. And so the effective way to solve a problem or dispute among the board members is to welcome the discussion and to welcome the perspectives and to respect and value the other person in such a way so that, they know that their voice matters. And if I can say one thing, I might disagree with some of you, and I actually think I'll probably agree with you about more things than not. But I'll never disrespect you. I'll never disregard you. I'll never disengage with you. I just might disagree with you.
Thank you. What do you hope to accomplish during your time on the board?
I think that's a couple of things. I don't plan on coming in as head of the Revolutionary Guard and making everything in the world right, with the people here. I hope to work with all of you on the items that are on your agenda and that have been part of, the master plan, the objectives. I think it's really clear that we have a little bit of work to do. We've got to make sure that we have diversity, equity, inclusion, and empathy. We've got to make sure that El Rodeo happens a little bit faster than it's now slated to happen. We've got to make sure that all the fifth grade parents that I've been hearing about in the last month do not apply to privates for next year and the year after. To me, that's a really big issue. I was at a birthday party for my nephew, he's 1, earlier in October, and I was at the candy station with a fifth grader, and I know his mom and dad really well. I said, I don't know the fifth grade teachers, whose class are you in? My son is in middle school, are you looking forward to being on that campus? He said, nope, I'm not gonna be here next year. And I was disappointed to hear that. I was at the Fall Festival a week or two ago, and this other mom who I would say I admire so much, and she's become my closest mom friend at school, said the same thing. She was upset about something, and she said, you know what, that's it, I'm gonna apply out. And so I think we need to figure out what are these straws that are breaking the camel's back for all of these family together. And I really believe that if the parents feel that their voice is represented and heard on the board, then we will have a fighting chance to keep those families.
Thank you. Mr. Raymer,
How does the district funding differ from ADA, average daily attendance? And how does that impact how we provide student services?
So my understanding, and Mr. Raymer, please educate me if I'm wrong, is that the district funding is based on a property tax model, which means that it doesn't actually matter, how many tushes are in seats, but it matters what's happening on an economic level in our community and what are the families paying for property taxes. Whereas on the ADA model, it seems like there is a property tax component, but primarily it depends how many children or students are in attendance, and that's what corresponds to the monies coming in.
okay, Dr. Stern.
One big issue we may be faced with in the near future is mandatory vaccinations for all students. This is question number 9. We know there are strong community opinions on both sides of the debate. How will you address this challenge, especially in view of a LAC DPH or CDPH mandate?
So thank you for this very important question, especially today because the CDC approved the Pfizer vaccine. To me, I think we are lucky to have the vaccines. Personally, when my mom and my dad and my mother-in-law and father-in-law were eligible back in the early spring of this year, I could not wait, and I drove my mom an hour and 20 minutes away to make sure that she had it, and I am grateful for it. Today, when I saw the CDC came out, one of my best friends is a senior counsel at a pharmaceutical, and her kids were in the Pfizer trial. My other best friend, her middle child has an immunodeficiency, so her older son, who's vaccinated, is in school. So I immediately texted her, yay, have you heard from the pediatrician? When can you go in? So that's that. Those are the parents who want it. Insofar as the LACDPH goes or the California Department of Public Health, I think that as a board we have to follow the law. I don't believe that I would require it in advance of the law. I think it's too much of a hot topic, and I think that it's very divisive, and I think that most families are actually going to get it, but they might need a little bit of time, and so let's give them that. Let's let them have the benefit of time and the benefit of the studies coming out longer, things not being emergency use authorized, but really more formal process authorized. We don't have a Department of Public Health in Beverly Hills, so we will adhere to the law like we do for everything else.
Thank you. Mr. Margot.
District rankings have dropped in recent years. What issues do you believe the district needs to address in its academic program and offerings? What programs or policies would you advocate for to increase student achievement?
So I would, in terms of academic excellence or academic environment, I actually think that we're doing a really good job, but I also think that the proof will be in maybe an independent survey, for example, and this is not something I've thought about, but you're asking me, so one approach might be, if the district numbers are going down, well, where is going up? So then let's go to where is going up and let's find out what are their offerings, and then let's come back to what we have. and let's determine, do we offer what they offer? Maybe we do, and in which case it's a perception, and then it becomes a communication issue. And maybe we don't, and in which case it probably wouldn't be that hard to mirror some of those programs and make them happen. I think we have a team that can probably pretty quickly implement some of that stuff.
Thank you. Mrs. Wells?
Our enrollment has slowly declined over the last decade or more. Explain why this is a problem and what measures you would propose to increase enrollment, which you touched on.
We touched on it a little bit. I shared with you, I really think a lot of life and a lot of what's happening to me is personalities and perceptions. And I think that if the board is perceived united with respect and approach, then it starts from the top and it will trickle down. In addition to that, I think that we need to give our constituents really top-notch facilities, which is something that they've been wanting for a long time. I'm not an El Rodeo parent, but the El Rodeo kids have been in bungalows for years, and now they're at Hawthorne, and Hawthorne is a wonderful place, but it's not a top-notch facility, so they're not getting, that chunk of elementary school kids is not getting what everyone else is getting. They'll come to Beverly Vista and they'll have a really beautiful facility, but then they'll come to the high school again. And where's the light at the end of the tunnel? You know, I'm a real estate attorney and I've done so many deals. Am I doing $700 million of bond deals in one day? No. But neither is the district. It's all money that gets spent little by little. And I think that if they have someone on the board with construction experience, I've got 16 years of that. Working with GCs, I've got 16 years of that. Dealing with leases and insurances and certificate of insurance and indemnifications and all that stuff, then maybe they'll say, hey, why don't we give our board a chance? Because they took a chance on someone who really knows what's happening.
Okay, are there any follow-up questions from
Just
anybody?
a time check that we have about 9 minutes left.
Thank you.
Well, can I ask question 12?
Sure, go ahead.
Do you plan on running for a seat in November of '22?
I don't plan on running for a seat. I'm not even sure why I'm here today. And I'm sure all of you can agree with me a little bit on that. It's a little scary. You know, I am the mom of still 3 young kids, and middle school, elementary school, and preschool. And I work a lot, and I love my work, and my work is a tidal wave, you know, and I have to ride the wave with my clients, and I have to ride all the waves with my kids, of which there are several. And so for me, a campaign is not part of, you know, my reality at this point in my life or in my foreseeable future. Maybe 10 years, 15 years, 8 years from now, when a couple of my kids are driving and more independent, but I don't see that for my family these days.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. We really appreciate
Sure.
your application and your time. And we are not going to be deliberating on the candidates tonight. We're
Okay.
going to be doing that probably next week with the board meeting.
Okay.
So we won't know much till then. But I
Thank
just
you.
want to thank you for, again,
It's my pleasure.
nice
Yeah,
to see you.
of course. Sure. Thanks. Nice to see you all.
Thank you.
Thank you
for
so
coming in.
much, Judy.
Hello. Wait, perhaps you'd like to know who we are, even if we're hidden behind masks.
All right, sounds good.
I'm Rochelle Marcus, and it's nice to have you here, and thank you for joining us.
Thank you. Nice to meet you. Yes. Nice to meet you.
Reese's dad.
Yes.
Noah Margo, sorry.
Nice to see you.
Mandy Stern.
Nice to meet you.
Eli Raymer.
Yes, nice to meet you too.
And this evening, the board has about 13 questions for you. And
Okay.
so we did place the questions right in front of you so you can follow along by number. It's a little bit easier that way.
Okay.
We have about 30 minutes, and so about 10 minutes from the end or so, we're still answering questions. I'll just let you know when we're getting close to that time.
Okay. Sounds good.
Okay, we're going to start off with Dr. Stern.
Okay, many individuals are unclear about the purpose and scope of the Board of Education. What is one such misguided notion?
A misguided notion. I think a misguided notion is, the notion that you're there to help out all of the parents with all of the problems and concerns that they have. I think that's probably the biggest one for me that I see.
Thank you. Okay, tell us about your strengths and attributes and why we should appoint you to the school board.
As part of my profession, I've been working at, you saw from my application, I've been at NBC Universal for over 20 years as an attorney there. I've worked with a lot of different teams over the years, day in and day out, frankly. Practically everything I do is as part of a team. I work with a lot of different people with a lot of different subject matter expertise that come to me looking for guidance, advice, and some kind of input. And I don't know everything about what they do, but my job is to help advise and guide. So I think over the years I've really learned how to work with people, how to tap into resources that are there and available to me. I think that I really do a good job of getting along well with people. I know a lot of people probably do and say that, but I don't think I would have been there and survived multiple rounds of layoffs if I wasn't good at that at a minimum.
Go ahead, I'm sorry.
I think there was a second part of the
No,
question.
that was why we should appoint you to the school board, and I think your answer was.
Yeah, I mean, I think that it's just really important to be able to work with the team, not as a silo, or 5 silos, I should say. And that is definitely one of my strengths.
Thank you. Mr. Raymer.
What has our district done well over the last 3 years? What has our district done poorly? Be specific. If you are appointed to the board, which one of these will you try to address first?
I think that the board has probably, in my opinion, handled the pandemic pretty well. I was pretty impressed with how quickly the board reacted with all of the regulations that came up. It caught everybody off guard. I thought the communication was pretty good, pretty clear. I think that they helped set up the schools to be able to provide the students with what they needed, and try to provide the teachers with what they needed as quickly as possible under the circumstances.
Okay.
I'm sorry, Eli, there was another part to that question, which I forgot.
What has our district done?
Yeah, the second part is what has our district done poorly, and then what are some ways, or what will you try to address first?
Poorly is a hard one for me. The reality is my kids, I don't know, for better or for worse, maybe it sounds a little bit arrogant, but my kids have done well for the most part. And, as a family, I don't feel like we've had too many problems with the schools. So that to me is a sign of a system that's working pretty well. What do I think is, I'm sorry, important to focus on?
Yes, if you were appointed to the board, which one of these will you try to address first?
Oh, well, I didn't express a problem, but I would say that one of my concerns is just kind of continued focus on the regulations that we're going to have to deal with, that the board is going to have to deal with respect to the pandemic. It was just announced this afternoon that the CDC has gone ahead and approved Pfizer for 5 to 11-year-olds. So, you know, it's a whole new round of regulations and process to figure out and implement.
Okay, Dr. Stern.
Please describe in detail any challenge you faced in a leadership role. How did you resolve the problem? Be as specific as possible.
Challenge in a leadership role. So last year, my company formed a joint venture with Warner Brothers. And in addition to that, the studio reorganized last year. The business and legal affairs group that I work for was reorganized under another division of the studio, Global Distribution Group. And my boss, who I had worked with for many years, left the company to go be general counsel of this joint venture company. So it just presented a lot of challenges, and it put me in a position where I was then basically going face to face with people at a more senior level than I was accustomed to. It's a little nerve-wracking, but it was a huge opportunity. That's how I chose to see it for myself. And I have to educate myself just to figure out how to respond to certain expectations that came my way from people around the studio that just kind of assumed that he's gone, so they're coming to me. I have good support from my new boss, and it was a little bit challenging, but I'm doing all right.
Thank you. Mr. Margot.
Bridget,
Did I miss somebody?
No.
No.
I'm good. Briefly explain an issue you believe affects students today, and how would you try to solve it?
Electronic devices. I think that electronic devices can cause a lot of problems. I think that a lot of kids just, spend too much time. They don't necessarily engage as much or as well. They're maybe not as conversational as they would be without being able to just kind of spend a lot of time on electronic devices. I know that I believe that the school district provides some kind of like seminars and has guest speakers come and speak to the parents, and they try to offer programming and content like that for parents to learn a little bit more about how to deal with those types of situations. But that education and kind of trying to send good messaging to the community is I think one of the ways that we could address that.
Thank you. Mrs. Wells.
What do you think is the most effective way to solve a problem or dispute among board members?
I guess, in part, I think it would depend on what the issue or dispute is. I think you would look to the resources, the governing documents for the board. Is it a procedural or a process type of issue? Maybe there's a resource to go to that would clarify how to handle that matter, to address it. Maybe there's other outside resources to lean on. I know that there are many attorneys that the board works with. Committees, probably too many, yes, I'm sure. There might be committees. It just kind of depends on what the situation is. I think that what's important is to be respectful, to be respectful of the fact that, except for this position, everybody was voted in by the community. So everybody has support. At the end of the day, you're here to do what's best for the kids, for the schools, for the families in the school district. And as long as I think if you try to keep that as your guiding principle, there should be a way to figure out who can give a little bit here, a little bit there, and come up with a compromise.
Thank you. What do you hope to accomplish during your time on the board?
It's not a very long time. It's 12 months. It's not, obviously this isn't a situation where, I or whoever is appointed is being voted in by the community. So I don't think it's appropriate to come in with an agenda necessarily. I think just my goal would be to provide stability, continuity, to try to learn as much as possible about the board's agenda, the plans for the school, work with the construction matters that you all are facing and dealing with, of course, the pandemic regulations, and last but not least, the school curriculum, which is constantly changing.
Thank you. Mr. Raymer.
How does the district funding differ from ADA, average daily attendance, and how does that impact how we provide student services?
Can you say that one more time, Eli, please?
Sure. How does the district funding differ from ADA, average daily attendance, and how does that impact how we provide student services?
I've heard of ADA. I haven't researched enough to be able to answer that question, frankly.
Mr. Margot, am I able to give the definition?
Sure.
Okay. Well, ADA essentially differs from our funding in that it's based on the amount of students that are in seats each day. That's how much funding they get from the state in conjunction with some property taxes.
Okay.
But a district like ours is on basic aid, where our sole funding is from property taxes and not from the amount of students we have in a seat each day.
Okay. Thank you.
Just as a follow-up to that question and explanation, do you have any ideas of how that could impact the student, provide student services? Do you have any thoughts on that in knowing what the difference is now?
Off the top of my head, no. I would want to think about it a little bit more.
Fine, thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, Dr. Stern.
One big issue we may be faced with in the near future is mandatory vaccinations for all students. We know there are strong community opinions on both sides of the debate. How will you address this challenge, especially in view of a LACDPH or CDPH mandate?
In conjunction with the board. I would imagine that we are, subject to the guidelines, relevant rules, laws, regulations, and if that is what's mandated, then I believe that is, I'm a lawyer. I have a healthy respect for the law. I don't see, unless there's some kind of, sometimes laws and regulations are not very clearly written out. There's sometimes a lot of detail or, process that is just not available. Not always for bad reasons. I think sometimes flexibility is important to have. But I would support that.
Thank you. Mr. Margot.
District rankings have dropped in recent years. What issues do you believe the district needs to address in its academic program and offerings? What programs or policies would you advocate for to increase student achievement?
I mean, well, the first thing is research and data as to why, why the rankings have dropped. And what is it there that there is to address? Is it that, I don't, is it an issue with the teachers? Is it a testing issue? I'm not sure exactly what is attributing to that. I find that surprising. I thought that the school's rankings were, in general, higher than average across the nation. So that's a little bit surprising to hear.
Well, higher than average, but for where we want to be, no, I don't think it's where
not
Beverly
quite
Hills
there.
wants to be,
Yeah. Okay.
Thank you. Mrs. Wells?
Our enrollment has slowly declined over the last decade or more. Explain why this is a problem and what measures you would propose to increase enrollment.
Well, I believe one of the problems is that state aid is given based on attendance and probably enrollment. And so I would imagine that if enrollment is decreasing, then funding is decreasing as well. So that obviously hurts all of the students. Again, I'm not sure what the data is in terms of why enrollment would be dropping. Is it that people are just becoming dissatisfied with the school system here and opting for private school? Are they leaving the city? Are they moving? I'm not sure, but it would start with having to figure out what that, what is attributing to that. What's the cause of that? And I don't know if there is research or data that exists, if that's been researched.
Okay, one last probably the easiest but the hardest question to answer. Do you plan on running for a seat in the November 2022 school board election?
I've learned in the past to never say never. I have thought that I would not be interested in things that I wound up. I was not interested. When I was graduating from college, somebody asked me, I majored in political science, and they asked me if, are you going to go to law school? And I thought, no, never. That's not at all what I'm interested in. And here I am, sitting after 23 years as a lawyer. So I can't tell you that that's my plan at this moment. I very much, I don't really know if I'm going to love something until I'm doing it. And I would want to, have the experience and see how it works and, see what the time commitment is and see how much I love it.
Thank you. Thank you very, very much. We appreciate. If you have any questions for us, anything, I just want to tell you that we won't be deliberating today after all the interviews. We will not be deliberating probably till next week, since we're having difficulty getting together.
Oh, okay.
So it'll be on Tuesday that we'll be probably go through our deliberations and try to select a candidate to be. So don't be surprised if you don't hear from us right away. We will not be doing anything till next week, and I appreciate your being here and your application and the time you took. We really thank you.
That's fine. Thank you so much. I really appreciate your interest in my application and the invitation to interview.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
good core exercise.
Right in it.
So I have a very small mask. I grabbed my kid's mask on the way out of my house. So, and my 4-month-old puked on me for good luck when I left the house. So
Good.
that
So
was
we won't
that was
get
great.
too close to you.
And
That
if
was
you want,
great.
we have some fresh masks here if you would grab it.
I mean, if you guys are okay with this,
We're
then
fine.
I'll live.
We're fine. Well, let's do some introductions.
Yeah.
So we'll start with Mr. Raymer.
Well, I'm Eli Raymer. It's good to meet you in person.
Really good to meet you in person. Congrats on all the great work that you've done.
Thank you.
Hi, I'm Mandy Stern. Good to meet you.
Nice to meet you.
You're so humble, Dr. Stern. Noah Margot.
Mary Wells.
We just met Michael Breggy.
And I'm Mrs. Marcus.
Well, it's very nice to meet you all face to face, and it's great to see you again. Miss
Good to
Marcus.
see you again. You haven't changed.
Thank you for having me. Oh, changed a little bit. I got some grays now.
Well, that I realize, but I would still recognize you. That's sometimes the kids get older, you don't recognize them, and I
Even
still
with the mask, you still recognize
even
me?
no, without the mask, I recognize you. So, but thank you for.
I have to say, it was a little surreal putting a suit on and coming to the high school for a board meeting. Like, this is a trip. It's been 20 years. It's been 20 years. Yep, in the little
Okay.
theater.
Wow.
Yeah.
Well, Dr. Briggy, you want to start?
The board will be asking you a series of questions, 13 of them in the next 30 minutes.
13 of
They're in front of you, just if you want to follow along in number order. When you
Sure.
get close to the 20-minute mark or so, I may just intervene. It's my one job today, and let you know how much time we left.
Okay.
Okay, we're ready to roll. So, Dr. Stern, you want to ask the first question, please?
Many individuals are unclear about the purpose and scope of the Board of Education. What is one such misguided notion?
I mean, one of them is that it's the Board of Education's responsibility to actually execute, the administration of the schools. And that is not the responsibility of the board. The responsibility of the board is to set strategy, set policy, empower the administration, and ultimately to hold them accountable on how they're doing their job. Very similar, like I said in my application, to the board of directors of a corporation. You're there to help, guide, but ultimately it is for the superintendent and for the rest of the administrators underneath the superintendent to actually execute the policies that are set by the board.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much. Okay. Tell us about your strengths and attributes and why we should appoint you to the school board.
Boy, how much time do I have? I'm just kidding. Look, I think there's a few things. I didn't realize there were so many questions, so I'll keep my answers really brief. One, I've actually been here. I've done this. I did this for a year, so I really do remember what this is like and what the responsibilities of the board are. Two, I feel like I'm the son that, graduated and left home. I'm a product of this school district. I'm a product of this school. And I've amassed, quite a bit of experience in operating, businesses, building teams, empowering leaders. And I feel like I have a lot of experience that I could bring to this, to this board. There are a number of things that this board does extremely well as individuals and as a team. But I'm always interested in raising the bar. I think we can always be better, and I think that there are a lot of things that I can help add here.
Thank you. Mr. Raymer.
What has our district done well over the last 3 years? What has our district done poorly? Be specific. If you are appointed to the board, which one of these will you try to address first?
Well, to be perfectly honest, as you guys know, I have not been extremely close to the school district over the last 3 years specifically. I think there are a number of things that we've done well. I think creating Beverly Vista as a middle school was one thing that I was not, when I remember my sister was talking about it, I was very nostalgic from a distance, and I'm like, oh my God, no, why would they do that? And I got to say, it seems like it's one of the best decisions that the board has made over the last few years. I mean, it seems like it's gone extremely well. I've talked to a number of parents that have been really happy. I think one of the challenges that I see, there are a number of
specific, like, things of the day that we could go into, maybe around, COVID or, the critical race theory policy, whatever. One thing that I want to communicate here, is that I think that this is not going to be a popular thing to say. I think this board can do a better job of acting like a board. And what I mean by that is to really work together as a team. This is not an attack on any individual person. This is not a popular thing to say, but I'm going to say it anyways because I feel like, tough love is important. And I think holding a mirror up to any organization is important. This board sets the tone for the entire organization. I know it sounds cliche, but that's what you guys do in this room. And I feel like when you watch on TV some of the comments back and forth between this board that goes on, the lack of sometimes delegation to the administration where they should, asking the right questions of different people outside of this room. I feel like this has been 20 years in the coming. This is true, by the way, of when I was here 20 years ago. This is nothing new. But I feel like one of the things that this board needs to do differently is it needs to operate with excellence. And I feel like that's something that I can really help with, and I'm happy to go into examples on that. Again, I know that it's not going to make me a popular candidate bringing that up, but I think it's something very important to be said.
Dr. Stern.
Please describe in detail any challenge you faced in a leadership role. How did you resolve the problem? Be as specific as possible.
Ooh. So, in my current role, I'm the VP of Smart Transformation for a division of a Fortune 500 company. What does that mean? That means that I am helping take an 80-year-old incumbent organization that's used to doing things one way, that has worked really well, that has made them a billion-dollar company, and by order of the CEO, come in and help them transform the way they're doing things for the future. And it makes me very unpopular. It means I get to have a lot of really tough, very uncomfortable conversations, kind of like I'm having with you guys right now. But part of the way that I excel and the way that I do things is, look, I build relationships. We're a team. I never come at it, attacking anyone, judging anyone. The organization teams got to where they are for a reason. And I generally feel like I have a pretty good temperament in working with people, building trust. I like sports analogies, so I'll give a sports analogy. I used to play pickup basketball at Hawthorne all the time. I don't know if we were allowed to do that or not, but on Saturday mornings we'd always play pickup basketball in college. And depending on who was on my team, would inform how I would play. So there's some people that would come on the basketball court playing with 5 random people, and they would take the same number of shots that they would take in any game. That was not me. I would feed off of the people that I'm on the team with. So if I'm the best shooter, if I happen to be the best shooter of those 5, then I will take a disproportionate number of shots. If there are a couple guys on the team that are better shooters than me, then I'm going to be blocking, I'm going to be passing. I work well as teams. I help find the strengths that exist. I know where my weaknesses are. I'm good at holding mirror up. I take constructive criticism really well. And ultimately, I'm there to help improve the organization as a whole. I'm very metrics driven. I feel like one of the metrics that maybe we don't pay attention to enough is our enrollment rates. To me, seeing enrollment go down year over year by almost 20% over the last 5 years, to me is actually alarming. I feel like that is saying something to us. I don't feel like it's enough to just write it off. I saw a footnote in the 2020 to 2021 audit that said something along the lines of like, this is just consistent with, changes in population. I don't buy that. I think we need to dig deeper. I think people are making decisions that are driving them, away from our schools, where I feel like we used to be a much stronger magnet. I said that in my application. So I really think that's part of how I excel, and I think that's a big part of the value that I could add to this board for 1 year.
Thank you very much. Mr. Margot.
Briefly explain an issue you believe affects students today, and how would you try to solve that issue?
Issue that affects students today. Well, I think everything going on with, COVID certainly affects students. I mean, there's a lot of tough decisions that have to be made. Tensions are really high. I don't envy the position that anyone on this board is in, having to deal with, the questions from parents and, a lot of tough decisions that impact students every single day. We have the question of vaccines coming up right around the corner. And all we can do is we can just remind ourselves that we are here to serve the students. We are trustees for the students. Do our homework and make the best decisions that we can. I mean, one of the things that occurred to me as I was looking at the other applications, who, by the way, I mean, I totally agree with the board. You got 20 great applications from 20 great people. And that speaks volumes about this community. And so that's just great. I feel like maybe one of the things that maybe we can do is form a subcommittee of maybe, of medical advisors and maybe parents to come together and, talk through more what, to some of the experiences like and what we can be, doing and what we can expect with some of the vaccine mandates that we know that are right around the corner. I don't feel like all the decisions have to be made here. I heard Ms. Wells say on the in the meeting, I think it was last week, that some of the decisions can be, at least run through some of the subcommittees of the board. I'm a big believer that there should be even more subcommittees. I mean, any way that we can engage the community and bring them into the processes that we have should be very much welcome. We should be pulling the best and brightest of our community for some of the decisions that we make here. I mean, I'll give one example again. I know it's going to be unpopular, but I feel it's really important to hold a mirror up. The way that the special meeting was run on October 19th, in terms of how we made the decision to, the process of how we were going to decide which people were going to be interviewed and whatnot. I mean, there were changes in that decision a few times. One of the things I would have done was I would have asked Dr. Breggy, or I would have asked the attorney who's on retainer. I would have asked him, hey, what do you recommend? Have them do the homework and come back and help us, figure out what the right way is to do. I think a lot of the decisions, we can make the decisions, but we can pull from the best and brightest around us and be resourceful to some of the decisions that we have to make as a board. And I think that's just another example of how we can do that.
Thank you. Mrs. Wells?
Okay. What do you think is the most effective way to solve a problem or dispute among board members?
Ooh, talk it through. I mean, let's be transparent. I mean, we have to be able, board members have to be able to disagree with each other. I mean, that's how we're going to get to the best decisions. I mean, we're gonna talk it through. We're going to talk respectfully, and we have to get comfortable having tough decisions without it becoming, to bickering, snide remarks. And I'm not at all just referring to here. I'm talking about 20 years of history, right? That I've seen. And again, I think it, as much as it might sound cliche, this is where the tone is set for the culture of the entire school district. It starts right here. I mean, this is true. When I threw my name in, there were people from the community that came to me and were like, why do you want to do that? Have you seen how they act with each other? Why do you want to put yourself through that kind of pain? I mean, that's real. And I feel like there's never been a group of people that I can't work with. In my, to 20, however many years of business and starting companies and whatever, I always found common ground with people. I build trust. Anything that is a disagreement, it's all above board. It's not personal. We always have to keep who our customer is in mind. Our customer is the students. That's who binds all of us sitting in this room. We all want to do well for those kids, and we should be always keeping them at the forefront of our mind, even when we're having those tough decisions. Smart people can disagree. That's okay, but we always have to do it in a respectful, transparent way.
Thank you. So, what do you hope to accomplish, though there's only 1 year really, what do you hope to accomplish during your time on the board?
Yeah, I mean, the best thing that I can hope to do and where I think I can add the most value is really about culture. It's not on any one particular issue. I am not more up to speed than any one of you on any one particular issue that's in front of the board right now. It's about how we make decisions. It's about operating with excellence. I looked up, a bunch of the, rankings and stuff. I don't buy all the rankings, not all of them, but kind of just to get a sense of the top performing school districts in California. And we weren't on the top 5, we weren't on the top 10, we weren't on the top 20. I mean, we're somewhere on there, right? And one thing I know about business is it really does always start at the top. And I see a lot of room for improvement on how we execute as a team, how we hold our administration accountable, how we empower them. And so really the best thing that I can hope to do is just help build a stronger team, be a good teammate to all the rest of the board members, and help us operate with some, that excellence. A couple of issues, though, that I really care about that I've also made clear is I think we need to do a better job of engaging our community. I feel like we need to get to the bottom of what's going on with, enrollment. We used to have like an ambassador program where we used to reach out to young families in the school district who we knew were out there, bring them in early, show them the schools, get them hooked on what this community of schools is all about. There's a lot more that we can be doing. And I'm saying this as a, young family at the crossroads, just moved into Beverly Hills, I know what the school district is all about. I'm hooked. I don't need to be sold. But there are a lot of families that I know that have moved in that do. And so I feel like that's an area that's near and dear to me. So that is one area that I would like to engage. But most of it is about culture and how we operate with excellence.
Thank you. Mr. Raymer.
How does the district funding differ from ADA, average daily attendance? And how does that impact how we provide student services?
Yeah, so I mean, this is a topic that's near and dear to my heart because I think, as some of you guys know, I went to school on a permit. I did not live in Beverly Hills when I was a kid. And so when we were an ADA district, when we got district based on pupils, I was welcomed into the school district with open arms. We had an incredibly diverse, multicultural experience when I was part of the Beverly Hills schools. I mean, we were bringing kids in from all over the city, and that has changed now that we are a basic aid school district. We're given kind of a lump sum based on property taxes and whatnot. There's a whole formula, which overall it seems like is a very good financial decision. But I feel like then the way that impacts students is then we have a less culturally diverse, diverse based on socioeconomic status, a number of different ways. It's not the same as when we had a permit program. So sorry, Eli, I think the question was, how does that impact students? Sorry, that was.
How does that impact how we provide student services?
How we provide student services, right? I mean, so on now we bring in about, I think it's $24,000 per student per year, which I think is much higher than when I went to school here, and I think that rivals most private schools, in our area, which I think is, speaks volumes to the standards that we can set for ourselves and the kind of experience that we can give students. I mean, we should not only be comparing ourselves to the top public schools in California in our area, but also to the top to private schools. We should hold ourselves to the highest standards that we can. We are the Beverly Hills community. There's nothing that we can't do. We should be giving the best of the best.
Dr. Stern.
One big issue we may be faced with in the near future is mandatory vaccinations for all students. We know there are strong community opinions on both sides of the debate. How will you address this challenge, especially in view of a LACDPH or CDPH mandate?
Well, again, this is another issue that is near and dear to my heart. I have, children that are almost 5 years old who would be who would be required to get a vaccination. Look, I'm an attorney. I know what my fiduciary responsibilities would be as a board member to the school district. If it, as I think Mr. Margot has said before, if the state of California requires us to provide vaccinations to students, there may not be that much that we can do. I mean, one of the things I love about this school district is that we're small, we're agile, we're very, we're very close to our constituents. We're a relatively small school district. So we can make great decisions for our students. If it comes down from the state of California and it's required, I haven't looked into this area of the law. I'm not sure how much we could actually even do. I mean, our hands might be tied at that point. But I can say what I think the best decisions are and what I would prefer for my children is different than what we would have to execute as a school district. And I think, the best we can do is we can engage the community, make sure that they understand that. If they're upset, they have to take that beef up with the right folks, right? And those folks may be at the state and may not be at the school district level. But it all requires on how it ends up being required, how it ends up being mandated. I mean, this is a very fluid situation, as we all know. But if it becomes required and it's something that we have to do, then we got to engage the community and make sure that they understand. It certainly would not be my personal preference if 5-year-olds were required to get vaccinations, but if that's what comes down, people have a choice to make. I mean, if we're a public school and we're required to do certain things, then we're required to do certain things. But again, I think we have to wait and see how the rules come down from the state and from the various levels of government.
Mr. Margot.
So district rankings have dropped in recent years. What issues do you believe the district needs to address in its academic program and offerings? And what programs or policies would you advocate for to increase student achievement?
Yeah, great question. To be totally candid, I don't know. I haven't studied our academics, but I will tell you I'm a huge fan of education. I'm very passionate about education, and I've done a ton of reading just personally on different methods that we could be applying to our academics. Look, the public school system was built over 100 years ago for the Industrial Revolution, okay? The desks were set up in lines and there were bells ringing and all this kind of stuff. Why? Because we needed factory workers, okay? The world has changed. We are now in the information age, and it behooves us not to start thinking about how we can change things for the future. As a businessman, I will tell you that I see every day when I employ people that, just because they went to undergrad and they've come out of school with $40,000 of debt and they have loads of money that they spent on their education does not necessarily make them qualified anymore for getting a job. In fact, 70% of people that come out of undergrad don't apply their degree for where they get a job. So I think, just big picture, I think we have to be very open-minded in how we think about where the future of academics is going. And again, I will say that we have an incredible opportunity here. We're a small community. We can be agile. We have 5 different campuses where we can potentially, at least at one of them, we can start testing some new things if we want to. I'm not suggesting that we do that now. I'm just saying one of the things that really excites me about how much potential we have here is that we have the best and brightest as part of this community. There is nothing that we can't do. And so one of the things that I would advocate for, I'm even forgetting what your question was, I'm sorry, this is like rapid fire, but I would love to see us challenge ourselves on what a great academic experience looks like. I was very excited to see, by the way, in the last board meeting, the talk about a more practical of a curriculum around a business. There was some stuff I saw about that. That is hitting the nail on the head. We need to be giving people practical business schools. I'll tell you, I've hired hundreds of people. I've seen thousands of resumes. I could not care less where people went to school. I mean, unless you went to maybe Stanford or Harvard, fine. But what I want to know is, who are you? How do you make decisions, right? Like, how do you work well in teams? What sets you apart from somewhere else? The fact that you got an A in chemistry, however many years ago and have this much of a GPA says much less about you than how you actually work with people, how you problem solve. And so I think seeing stuff like that really excites me. I think we're doing a lot of things right if we're bringing programs like that through the schools.
Thank you. Mrs. Wells.
Okay, our enrollment has slowly declined over the last decade or more.
Really?
Explain why this is a problem and what measures you would propose to increase enrollment.
Yeah, so I think I've touched on this a little bit. Look, whenever whenever I sit on a board, I'm very interested, whether it's, for a company that I've been on or for a nonprofit or whatever. There's always certain metrics that you want to be tracking very closely, right? To understand what is happening in the organization, right? We have to keep our eye on who our customers are. Our customers are the students. Those are the people that we are doing all of this for. That's why we're sitting in this room. When we see more and more students leaving, we have to understand why that's happening. Again, I challenge, some of the documents I've seen on the website that just write off that this is because of changes in overall, student populations. Sorry, I don't buy it. We need to really get to the heart of what is going on. And I think just one of the potential things that we could be doing is having some kind of an ambassador program, really engaging. I said to Dr. Breggy, I really like, as much as maybe schools should not have to market themselves and shouldn't have to worry about PR. I mean, that's the world that we're living in today. Like, we gotta engage. We gotta show people what it is that we're doing and why this is a great place to go to school. If you're not going to talk about yourself, no one is going to talk about you, right? And it's one of the things that I say to, a lot of people that I mentor. Like, if you can't sell yourself, like, don't expect that anyone is going to sell you any better than you can sell yourself. So I think we have to put out a flag. I think we need to engage. I think we need to remind people why this is such an incredible place to go to school. It's this community. And I also said it in the application. I think so much of where you go to school, if you think about like the top private schools, not just like, K through 12, but even, but undergraduate. Why do people go to school there? Why do they pay so much for them? It's about the connections. It's about the network. It's about the community that stands behind that school. And I think that we are sitting on a gold mine in this community. I mean, we have thousands of alumni that are incredibly proud that they went to school here, that have gone out, they've been successful, they've done amazing things. I mean, I've been approached about a career day like one time. Like, I have so much that I want to give back, so much that I want to share, and like, I feel like we could be doing a better job of engaging our community, especially our alumni community. There is a lot that we could be doing there.
Thank you. So the last question, which is the shortest.
Last one already? I mean, come on, we're having fun.
Well, I'm going to ask you if you got anything you want to say to us, any comments you want to make, anything?
Yeah, thank you. I mean, look, I spoke to every one of you individually before I even applied, and the reason I wanted to do that is I want to understand what it is that you all were looking for in having someone sit in this seat for a year. And over the course of the process since I applied and watching more of the board meetings and digging in a little bit more, I decided to take this opportunity today to say not what was popular and what would necessarily help get you to appoint me. I'm here to say what I think needs to be said. And, that's why I made one of the issues talking here today about the way we govern, operating with excellence, setting goals, empowering Dr. Breggy, like using the resources we have around us. Like, I genuinely think I can help. And a lot of people are uncomfortable having a mirror held up. A lot of people are uncomfortable with constructive criticism. And if you guys decide that this is not the right time for me or I've made you uncomfortable, it's okay. We're still friends. I'm not going anywhere. And I still, care about all of you. I genuinely love this school district. I miss sitting here on this board. Eli, you've made all of us former student members really proud. You really do an amazing job. So just special shout out to Eli. But I really hope that you find a way, whether or not it's me. I mean, I think there's loads of very qualified people that have that applied. So irrespective of where this goes, I hope this board continues to engage people like me and the other people that have applied and find ways for them to contribute, because I really believe that this board is sitting on a gold mine of community members who can help in so many different ways. And so part of the responsibility of the board, I feel like, is to be resourceful and pull as much of that energy as we possibly can to help make this the top performing school district in the state.
So the last question, based on what you just said, do you plan on running for a seat in November in 2022?
Yeah, I've already told you guys, no,
Yeah.
I don't. I have 4 kids under 5. I I'm still very passionate. There's a lot of things that I still want to accomplish in business. I know how much time this takes. I applaud all of you for, you know, how selfless you guys have been, no longer than anyone else sitting here. I mean, seriously, like this is a lot of time, and this is a really big commitment, and I take that very seriously. Like the only reason that I could do this for a year is right now is because I am at a little bit of a crossroads. If I've shared with you guys, I am in a transition phase, and I know I can commit the time this year. But after that, I don't think so. So probably not.
Thank you. Really appreciate all your comments, and they are taken very seriously. And I thank you for coming today.
I'm sorry, President Marcus. Dr. Berge, how much time does he have left?
A minute and a half.
Okay. I will not ask my question then.
No, go ahead.
Oh, go ahead.
I just wanted to follow up with the question about the state mandates on health issues.
Sure.
What is your feeling about implementing state mandates on curriculum issues like ethnic studies and critical race theory? And do your beliefs
Stay away from my school district.
Do your beliefs, are they an impediment in you being able to implement those?
No, I feel like specifically with stuff around, CRT, diversity, equity, and inclusion issues. Like I feel like these are really for communities to decide. We are a school district that's very, close to our community, and so that's not a public health issue. Like that's where I would appreciate. And I would encourage us to, flex to the extent that we can, having a curriculum that, mirrors what the values of our community are. That's something that I feel pretty strongly about. And again, I feel like that's one of the strengths that we have as a school district. We are relatively small. We are engaged with our community. We have, similar values for the most part in this community. And, we should not shy away from, I feel like to some extent, but taking stances in those areas. I feel like, again, we're here for our students. We're here to protect them and do well for them. And so where we have to, to take positions, sometimes we should.
Thank you.
Thank you. You really.
This was fun. Thanks, guys.
And so,
thank you for having me.
just do some introductions. I'm not sure if you know everybody or not.
I do not.
Okay, well, we'll start at the far right, my friend.
Hi, I'm Eli Raymer.
Hi.
Hi, Mandy Stern.
Hello.
Noah Marco.
Hello.
Mary Wells.
And I'm Rochelle Marcus, and thank you for appearing tonight. We're really glad that you thinking to be a member of the school board. We appreciate your interest, and we're looking forward to having some conversation with you. That being said, I'm going to let Dr. Briggy give you a little bit of an information of what's happening, and we'll proceed.
Yeah, pretty simple, actually. There's questions in front of you so that you can follow along. Board members will each be taking a turn and be asking questions of you. And we've about 30 minutes, and so if we get close to the end, to about 10 minutes left or so, I will just kind of jump in and just let you know that we're at the 10-minute mark.
Sure.
So with that in mind, I'd like to turn it over to Dr. Stern, and she will ask the first question.
Sure.
Many individuals are unclear about the purpose and scope of the Board of Education. What is one such misguided notion?
I think that one notion is that our number one group to whom we're answerable is the parents, as opposed to responsibility to the students and the broader community. I think that there seems to be a sense of entitlement around that.
Excuse me one second. I cannot hear you very well. Can you speak either into the mic or
Sure.
please bring it closer? Thank you so much. I appreciate it.
Is this better? Oh, yeah.
Yes, that's better.
Yeah. So what I was saying is that there is a sense that we're answerable first and foremost to the parents and what their concerns are and their needs are, as opposed to the students and the broader community.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you. Tell us about your strengths and attributes and why we would or should appoint you to the school board.
I think that whoever steps into this role needs to be prepared to hit the ground running. And I have a lot of board experience, and I'll definitely have to be, come up to speed, but I think that I'd be able to adjust quickly. I'm thoughtful, I'm action-oriented, I'm result-oriented, and I could work with pretty much anybody on anything.
Okay. Mr. Raymer.
What has our district done well over the last 3 years? What has our district done poorly? Be specific. If you are appointed to the board, which one of these will you try to address first?
Honestly, I think we did as good a job as anybody could possibly do with the pandemic. I have a lot of friends with their kids in a lot of different schools, and the way we pivoted and the way that the teachers stepped up and the administration stepped up, and the extra time that they put in both to really make sure the kids didn't fall behind, but also to focus on the emotional well-being of the kids, I think it was amazing. There's always things that could be done better, but I mean, this is hopefully a once-in-a-lifetime thing, and so I was very impressed with that. Prior to the last 18 months, I think that we have a really strong parent body, and we have it's the people, and that we find meaningful ways for people to engage. And when somebody comes in and says, I want to help, we seem pretty good about bringing them in, and if a committee, finding the right committee for them, so I think that we take advantage of the opportunities that we have within the community. Yeah. So in terms of what have we done poorly? I think that we've shifted our focus away from the students. And I think that we've given way too much voice and way too much power to people who are not putting student interests first. And I think that we need to reassert ourselves and kind of remind ourselves what it is we're here to do and what our goals are and what type of student we want to graduate, and knock the rest out as noise.
Okay, Dr. Stern.
Please describe in detail any challenge you faced in a leadership role. How did you resolve the problem? Be as specific as possible.
Early on in my legal career, I looked very young, and I was in a position of power very early, And I had to go into a lot of rooms where I was the youngest person by 10, 15 years, and I looked even younger than that. And it was hard to assert authority in a respectful way, but still I was the boss. And I had several situations like that with co-counsel, but also in deals when I had to supervise outside counsel. So I think I learned how to find common ground with people and be firm but respectful. You know, and I think, I don't know if one's specific, but I think that's a general concern, it's a general skill set that I had to build. Thank you.
Okay, Mr. Margot.
Briefly explain an issue you believe affects students today. How would you try to solve it?
I think that we don't have the skill set. The students don't have the skill set to, I think they're focused on debating as a point to engaging and coming in with a goal of winning as opposed to learning. And I think we need to rethink the way we're teaching them and encourage, I guess, maybe curiosity more. When they want to learn about different opinion, they don't have to find common ground. They could still assert their position in a forceful and thoughtful way, and hopefully it's backed up by facts, but at least leave themselves open to hearing what the other people are saying.
Mrs. Wells?
What do you think is the most effective way to solve a problem or dispute among board members?
Talk it out. Honestly, talk it out in a respectful way. I think that to the same extent I'd like the students to learn how to do that, I think it's very important. And I was actually in a board meeting about a month ago that was the most phenomenal board meeting I have ever been in, because we had a group of people who were very committed to the organization and a controversial issue. And we came at it from 9 different perspectives in the most respectful way, and it was contentious. And we reached a resolution. And it was, honestly, it was amazing. And it was a controversial issue. And what each person brought to the table was totally legitimate and thoughtful. And I think that if everybody can come into it that way, being prepared and being thoughtful, but being respectful of the other opinions, that anything can be resolved.
What do you hope to accomplish during your time on the board, Ms. Friedman?
I'd like to help the school district, recover from the pandemic. I think that, we came into this era of having just created the middle school, and people were nervous, but people were excited, and everything seemed to be working, and the kids were really engaged and excited, and then, pow, this happened. And I think we've experimented with things, and I think I wrote about this in my application, but that students can now travel or be sick and not miss class because the teachers have posted everything, or maybe they'll let them Zoom in even though they can't necessarily participate, they can see, so they're not falling behind. I think that there are some good things that came out of it, and we're at a critical time, and we're going to be especially dealing, I would love to, if you ask me what I want to know from you is what the big pressure points are coming up in the next year. But, the 3 that I see, just as a parent, are the COVID recovery, the construction, which everyone wants to know about, and the curriculum. Because we're going to have to deal with this. I know it's not till, 2025, I think, that we have to start dealing with, the new curriculum and deal with, racial issues and cultural sensitivity and everything there. But I'd love for us to get ahead of that. That might be too ambitious for just this year, obviously, but, I guess, first let's get everybody healthy and so we don't have to wear masks anymore, but,
Thank you. Mr. Raymer?
How does the district funding differ from ADA, average daily attendance, and how does that impact how we provide student services?
So, we're basic aid as opposed to ADA, so, I think it's roughly 2/3, maybe a little bit more, comes from our property taxes, but we still receive significant funding, state and federal. So, what does it mean? How does it impact? I mean, and mostly I guess that we're impacted by our property values more than most districts necessarily would be. But there's basic programs like, I guess, the Title I, II, and III that are gonna receive federal and state funding depending on the program, and there's certain things that aren't gonna be affected. I don't know if this makes us necessarily less dependent on observing federal and state laws. I think we'd still, we get in trouble for things, but I don't know necessarily how it would impact the services that we provided.
Okay, thank you. Dr. Stern.
One big issue we may be faced with in the near future is mandatory vaccinations for all students. We know there are strong community opinions on both sides of the debate. How will you address this challenge, especially in view of a LACDPH or CDPH mandate?
I mean, I'm not a doctor, but we need to follow the law. I don't think that we have a lot of discretion here. Going back to the ADA versus basic aid, but we still have funding that could get cut off if we don't. And I don't want the English learners to be, or I don't know what it would do to the teachers' CalPERS or anything like that. So I'm not, wouldn't be a renegade and go off against the government. I think that people need to be heard. They need to feel heard. And I think that, there's community conversations to be had. And again, done in a respectful, thoughtful way where people feel that they've been heard and we're doing everything we can. But at the end of the day, we're going to follow the law.
Thank you. Mr. Margot?
So district rankings have dropped in recent years. What issues do you believe the district needs to address in its academic program and offerings? And what programs or policies would you advocate for to increase student achievement?
I know people often compare us to Manhattan Beach or San Marino or a lot of the private schools, and my kids came from private school. And we moved into Beverly Hills because I wanted them in the school district. And I mean, look, I don't know how much of it is that I honestly, I don't know. I mean, I think that we're on the right track. I think that everything we're doing around the training programs, and we're offering more APs. I mean, everything is here. We have everything. It's about leveraging it and maybe selling it a little bit differently. But we have these amazing career tracks and programming, and I just don't think that people know about it enough. I also think that there's a difference between what they're evaluating when they look at the rankings from what the reality is of what the people who are in the district want. And I think that that's where you run into an issue between the community and what they want versus what the parents and students want. Because the community wants us to look good on paper and score very high because that's good for the property value and it's good for the city. But we have to look at our students and say, you know what, we have a student body that might be more interested in maybe they don't want to go to a four-year college. And what are we going to do to make them career ready, even if that's a path they chose? So I think that we just need to be prepared to support the students however they need to be supported to be successful, productive members of society.
Thank you. Mrs. Wells?
Our enrollment has slowly declined over the last decade or more. Explain why this is a problem and what measures you would propose to increase enrollment.
I think a lot of schools on the West Coast, especially the coastal places, have seen a decline in enrollment. Just, I don't know if it's declined, if our district is relative to other districts, but what you're seeing, it's happening everywhere. People moving away from the coast, they can't afford to live in these cities. They're having fewer children. So I think that that's just a general element. But I would take a hard look at who our real competitors are. Because you can't compete if someone wants their kid in religious school. We can't compete with that. So if that's where we're losing the kids, I wouldn't even try at that point. But if you're saying, people are looking at, at Archer or Marlboro, or they're looking at Harvard Westlake, or they're moving to Manhattan Beach, then I think we need to look at what they are offering versus what we're offering and figure it out. But the reality is we have a much more diverse community than any of the schools who supposedly rank higher or have a better reputation. And we're a public school, and we have to cater to our community. And I think that it might, maybe it's just as easy as selling ourselves better, But I do think we need to take a good hard look at who our true competitors are, what they're offering, and then decide if, given our student body and those we hope to attract, if it's realistic for us to be competitive in those areas, or we find different projects and be a little bit more innovative.
I would like to follow up, maybe Mr. Marco, you want to ask that question, to follow up on the one that had to do with COVID with relationship to the ethnic studies?
Sure. Yeah. Discussing the state mandates, how do you plan on implementing and supporting curriculum that could potentially conflict with your own beliefs or controversial, and would those beliefs be an impediment?
Curriculum or
The ethnic studies, the what's coming down the pike. You had mentioned it earlier.
Yeah, oh yeah. So when I was in law school, I did a lot in critical legal theory, which is kind of the precursor to critical race theory. So I also spent a lot of time advocating for women's causes, and so I've done a lot around gender equity and critical gender theory. So those aren't areas, as we move into ethnic studies, not at all areas that I'm concerned about. I'm working with a group at Rand Corporation right now to basically explain why so many Jews are concerned about potential anti-Semitism in some of the curriculum that are being proposed. I think we have a tremendous opportunity in this district because we are so diverse, because we have a huge Persian population, we have a huge Jewish population, and most schools can't afford and don't have the parents and the community willing to support something like this. If we come in and put out some really, really great curriculum, people will adopt it. That's just the reality of being a first mover in this area, and I would love to see us do that. I mean, that's a way for us to be a lighthouse district that we are.
Thank you. So we come down to the last question, which is, do you plan on running for a seat in the November 2022 election, where the seat is now be up for election?
As I sit here right now, I have no intention. I really just wanted to come in and help course correct and come out. But I haven't been in office, so I would say ask me again in 3 months.
No,
How's that? Ask me again in 3 months.
Don't want to put you on the spot. But, and no, that was the last question we asked everybody, as you know.
Yeah.
Just pretty much we get the same answer.
Yeah.
So I want to thank you for coming today. We will not be discussing any of the candidates at the end of tonight. We're going to wait till next week when the board meets again. And so at that time, we will be deciding on someone to take the provisional seat. So I want to thank you for coming tonight, and we appreciate your application. Loved hearing your thoughts, and I want to thank you again.
No, thank you. I know this is
Nice
a
to meet you.
big process. Great to meet you. Good to see you, everyone. Enjoy.
Thank you. That we will be meeting at, I believe we're going to meet at 2 o'clock for our closed session. No, 3 o'clock, 3 o'clock for a closed session. We don't seem to have a lot on the agenda for that meeting. We should be finished by about 4. We will move from the building, the district office, and coming over here about 4 o'clock, and we will start our meeting at 4 o'clock with this particular subject and trying to select a provisional candidate from the candidates that were interviewed tonight, and hopefully we'll be able to come to a decision. And that will so the meeting will start at 4 next week instead of 5, and it'll be concluded by this discussion and the selection of a candidate.
That works for me.
Is that agreeable with everybody?
Yes.
Terrific. Okay, well, that being said, I'm going to adjourn the meeting. It's now 8:06, and our next meeting will be next week on November 9th, starting at 4 o'clock.
Great. Thank you, KBEV.